11th. It's Tuesday. We're going to be streaming stocks, options, futures, looking at some technical analysis, and watching the news, seeing what happens. Let me get set up here. Sub up, like up, comment down. Happy money sticks around. Get a little yaz going. Then check out our plays, get everything logged in. See where we're at. Wow. There we go. Alrighty. Change that nice yacht thumbnail. Let me change my title to Hey Isaac Market. Hey trader. Hey bluish reddish. Oh, can I not change my title? Come on. Fine, I'll do it in here. There we go. Got about 10 minutes to open. Hit the Discord link for you guys if you haven't joined. Free Discord, welcome to join. How is Tup doing so far? I don't know what Tup is. Tup a ticker. Tupperware. Up 10%. They have earnings. Tupperware. Yeah, I suppose they had earnings, right? Oh, they're not doing good actually. Improved capital structure, liquidity position. Liquidity faces pressure. Serious problems besides needing an extension to file their 10K. Tupperware is in trouble. That is such a big sell-off yesterday. The sauna? You've been in the sauna for 3 days? Trader, you should probably seek medical attention. But I'm glad to hear you like the music. It brought you back to happy money. The oil's getting a little rally here. Wow, yeah. Well, pre-market pump on oil. Nat gas was also pumping a bit. Kind of hit right up on that resistance though. I thought about maybe maybe even taking a short today on it again. Bed Bath had like a pre-market flush there, kind of interesting. And then I saw a tweet from Walter Bloomberg saying ISS recommends Bed Bath & Beyond shareholders vote for all company proposals. Bullion said this is the proxy company, proxy advisory firm. Weird that would be. I've never seen a proxy advisory firm recommending what to vote for. Especially hearing a tweet about it. That's strange, it seems like. EVTL down a bit. Let's get some of these birds down 4.5. Yeah, back to the gulag for the birds. Corsairs flat. These MU. Back to its high. Let's see if it rejects here. I didn't take profits. DHC worthless. Wish down 1.3. HKD kind of holding up a little bit. We've got Rivian up a little bit. MCOM another new low. 278, 2.5% down. Does look like it's maybe flattening out here though. Kind of holding that $2 level. So I kind of want to get more. YouTube to charge as much as $450 a year for Sunday ticket NFL package. Wow. GPT advances are moving so fast that regulators can't keep up. IMF forecasts 2023 global real GDP growth at 2.8% versus 2.9% in January. IMF forecasts 2023 US growth at 1.6% versus 1.4% in January. 2024 growth seen at 1.1%. Well, that's real GDP and that's US growth. Okay, IMF forecasts 2023 Eurozone growth at 0.8 versus 0.7. IMF forecast China 2023 growth at 5.2%. 2024 growth at 4.5%. Both unchanged from January's forecast. We do have some Fed speakers this morning. Oh, that just bounced up. Oh yeah. Fed Williams. We see some slowing in demand for labor, but still high. Inflation's still way above our 2% goal. Now we need to watch the data on retail sales, CPI, and others. No, I didn't say CPI. He said CPI. Come on. We are somewhat restrictive on policy right now. I expect economy to grow at a modest rate this year. IMF's Barinchas says financial system may be tested again as investors look for next weakest link. Williams says bank failures have added to uncertainty in the outlook. One more rate hike is a reasonable starting place, but we will be driven by the data. Any thoughts about AI stocks? I think they've been pumped to death already, but I think there's definitely a future there. I mean, we've been using AI for many years now. Just this, what we call bots. It's just been packaged nicely and more user-friendly and off the hype of the media. So yeah, you can get some good pumping stocks on it. But I think it'll die off, at least as far as the hype, for a bit, and probably have more long-term sustainable growth. But maybe not these super lofty valuations of some of these stocks presently. Investors too optimistic on rate cuts and not pessimistic enough on recession. Williams says banking system has really stabilized after recent stresses. Inflation comes down, Fed will need to lower rates. Shrinking of balance sheet is going very smoothly. The SEC is hiring general attorneys for its crypto enforcement division in New York, Washington, D.C., and San Francisco. Williams says, don't think we need to adjust balance sheet policy anytime soon. IMF cuts GDP forecast as global economy headed for weakest growth since 1990. Morning Ace. BBY had that little flush, but now it's back to 0.3 up. What do you know? My pick from yesterday's hype stocks, I literally picked the one out of the three that didn't keep rallying. Kind of throwing darts at a wall, I guess, on this one. I like the catalyst on this. The other one's Jeff Brands. I don't like that daily candle there. What was the other one that was rallying yesterday? Oh, it was I can't remember. Can't remember. 3 minutes. New drawings up here. Ah, I had a good short there too. Nat gas hit right at that resistance and just sold off from it. Kind of this UNG, it's at 710 level. Support here, resistance back here, resistance here. I do remember when HKD had those crazy runs. That's actually when I made money on it. I didn't play it on the first spike. I traded it this time. Actually did alright on it. Traded it here and lost some of the gains from here though. And I've been in and out of it a couple times. Or once or twice. With break even or small losses. However, it does, I mean, I don't know if you can even consider TA on this sketchy stock, but it is looking kind of like a bottom. Maybe. Potentially. Okay, let's see here. We got pre-market high, pre-market low. We're opening up right in the middle. Yeah. Still haven't broken out. I think market's gonna wait on CPI. What happened to the second run? It wasn't 20 to 300. Oh, this one? Yeah, you're right. I don't think I traded it that time. Or maybe I did. Maybe it was this one, I can't remember. See, isn't that weird? Look at all the volume that came in on this one. I remember which one, if it was this one or the next one. That's crazy, that was a big move, 2300. Market's open. You might get a bell. No. No, no bell. That is neat. Buy's broken. Okay, we are open. Getty's up 7.5. Carvana's up 5. GME's up 0.5%. Astra's up 5%. BBBY is down 6 or 0.6%. Let's see. EBTL's up 1.5. AMC's up 2.8. Getty has had a nice rally these last 2 weeks. Carvana. Okay, SPY opened up like 0.13. It's coming down a little bit here. Low on the day is 409.37. We're at 409.72. Been ordered by 1,027. Oh shoot. Got halted as soon as it got partially filled. 5. Jeez. I mean, you're kind of fortunate because that's a huge order for such a sketchy stock. GME rallying right there. Up 1.3, kind of inversing SPY also. SI also up 10 and ripping. I was actually looking at this one last night. Looking at SI and then FRC. These banks. I think I want to start opening some cash secured puts on these. Just like that, it's back up over 1.5 on SI. Wow. Maybe actually shares, and that's what I want to do. Shares and covered calls. What I'm going to do. I'm picking up some shares. I like it at $1.50. And I like the IV to sell covered calls. Banks can't go bankrupt, as we all know. Let's just slowly scale into it this morning. That 1.5 level, yeah, it's kind of a big level. GME is up almost 2% there. Oh, that's a breakout too. That's why it was so explosive. That's above the little channel. Holy moly. Let me close my puts. Shoot. What people do. See if this thing just, if GME just wicks out of here, or if we actually can hold a level above this. Very interesting. I kind of just woke up there. SI up 10.5 still. One more shares, but I want to be patient. ASPI up 8.7, Carvana up 7. Good XXII even. Silvergate still going, 13% there. Yeah, GME, it did. It just kind of exploded through that level. Holding up 2%. Not a whole lot of volume. SI, almost 13%. Big Bear's going again, up 12. Yeah, that chart looks nice also. SI 14.5. BBAI's got resistance about here. We'll see if it rejects or what happens here. Mara's up 612. Got 1.68 as kind of a next level. Probably more like where it's at. SI up 15 now. $16.5. I don't know if there was news on this morning. Don't see any news. 17.5. This thing's ripping. What's like FRC doing? FRC's flat. Saw some YOLOs on these banks. Let's see here. Kind of did the same thing with FRC. 18% on SI. I'm gonna look at some calls, some covered calls. Or not, or wait. Good volume this morning on it. 20% there. Turn the moving averages off with this thing. They just skew the chart so much. Getty up 11%, Carvana 6.5. 168, literally right on my line. What the heck? How can it be? Is there any sort of TA I can look at on this thing? Looking like it's bullish. Some buy. I mean, it's flattened out. Suppose that's good. God mode. A lot of open interest on those options. Okay, I might look for some covered calls. Just scale into them little by little. Get some monthlies. Hit the 2. Wow, 2s are 25 cents on those. Oh. Let's see, how many can I do? 6? Do 2 at a time. That high fill. Bill? Charting skills. Oh yeah, I know, that's crazy. I don't even know where that, like, I was even saying that 168. Maybe it's an extended hours thing. Kind of crazy. I don't know where that even came from. It's there? I don't know. God mode for sure. So consolidating above VWAP, that's good. SPY's coming down here a bit. If SI holds up there, that would be nice. I'm curious what GME does up here, kind of in this little breakout area. BuzzFeed's moving up. Buys coming down. GTII up 7.3. Got kind of a nice little trend going on here. Might be a nice long on GTII. We've also got this RSI divergence. Is that a hidden one? I don't even know if that's bullish or bearish. Let me see. I think it's bullish, maybe? Let's see. It is bullish, yeah. It's a hidden divergence. We have a lower on the chart and higher on there. SI coming down. Oh, I'd like to get filled. I'll lower it down one. That'll get filled. Buys moving down here. GME still above that kind of breakout. Bed Bath & Beyond, it's actually up 1%. Yesterday's weird flattening barcoding price action maybe is significant of some sort of bottom. Very interesting. Up 2% there on BBBY. And Arrival's down 7. Oh, bounced off that 120. That's nice. Retrace that entire move. Is that nice? BY trap? Maybe. Maybe. I mean, might be flatten out here. I might pick up some more SI even. Oh wait, oh wait. Looking pretty good though, that consolidation above VWAP. Still very early. Go EV is up 11 and ripping. Saw an article on their little new bus thing. Same is up 7. Evitol's up 4.5. Do it. Pushes up a little bit. Hopefully CP line stuff this week drops MU down for me and get out of this put. And with Corsair, it's holding up oddly well after that triple top. I figure it's maybe doing something similar to here or here. Kind of sells off a couple days at the resistance, consolidates, and then maybe keeps going. What I'm hoping for, at least. But you do have this 50 moving average. It looks like it kind of bounced on. And then if it's following this support, I mean that's a pretty high level. So I don't know. Corsair, out of nowhere. AMC wants to go. Where does it want to go? To the movies? Oh, SI holding above VWAP. AMC, little gap up, 2%. Not going anywhere. Zella? Not sure. Zella? Zella? Is it? Document managing. Document managing, like IRM or something? Healthcare provider, payments. Maintains consulting and outsourcing business specializing in healthcare and provider and payer markets. Don't know about it. Bed Bath is rallying. There it is, 8.5%. Reap rally. Morning Dawn. I mean, last earnings it rallied after, so, but maybe that was just part of its cycle and that was when it was supposed to go. Not sure. So this is good to see on BBY though, signifying a bit of a bottom. I think last time, yeah, see this happened last time we had a bottom, so trying to jump the gun on it. This was extended hours. This was during the day. We did have a couple, at least one rally during the day that got sold off. So it's very possible that we rally and it doesn't just start mooning, but we rally, kind of hit resistances and sell off. But this does look good as far as a bottom is being formed. Very nice, 10%. So I would look at like resistances. I mean, this little peak pre-market, that's just yesterday. That's what, 33 cents, and then maybe even 37 cents. We can make it up there for 33, 37. Maybe our time. Sound like you said 8.5% on BY. Actually 9% right now. Pretty good volume too. GME 3.4. Goodness. I'm just gonna cut these puts. I'm hoping not to have to do this. Oh my gosh. Such an awful time to be doing this. British beating calls. Well, I guess it was a false breakout to the downside. This. I mean, it did wick down there. Now it's breaking out to the upside, so might have a big day on GME here coming up. 4 hops. Basket moves. I'm not in the position to think that's the case necessarily. Here, sir. Don't do the math. It's like 1,500% or 2,000% or something. Neo's up 3.5. We're getting some risk on going on right now. I mean, SI, Carvana. SI is actually consolidating nicely up there. You're gonna get some more shares of that. GME 2.8. BBY is 10. So put this line in here so I don't have to keep looking at it. Put a couple of these spots. It's in the past it's really respected kind of right on these. That's a support there too. Like last time we had kind of a bottom formation. So if we look like on the hourly, so here, you know, it respected this support pretty well, like it was right on it, wasn't misleading, and then even this resistance, it hit right on the same one, same effect here. So looking for something like this again, and then a break basically of these resistances that it builds, which could happen today. SI almost 20% now. Let's see. Take on Neo. It's rallying right now with the risk on. Tesla's also rallying. GME 2.7. Might get calls on it. I mean, the IV is so low, it's very enticing. But it's also like not enticing because market maker doesn't think a move's gonna happen. And so far he's been right for a while. There's 20% on SI, BBBY 14, broke that first resistance. The other day we were talking about the fact I was averaging down by steps, even though. Yeah, you could start averaging in here, sure. I mean, right now specifically, this might not be a very good time, just because it's ripping, and it's most likely that this will come down and settle somewhere today, and we're not just gonna get like 100% day out of nowhere. But that could happen. So that's the average. Like I was showing back there, it's possible we just kind of make a range on the bottom, but maybe not. We might have too much buying pressure. Just kind of rips a bit. But yeah, averaging some here and just be patient. You know, be very patient with it. Maybe some tomorrow. Kind of scale it in a couple days. That'll help with your average cost. Hey, Tainted. Sure, Julian. Yeah, GME 3%. We've been getting the mega cap pumps the last however long. It's been weeks, really. It's like all of here. And small caps have not seen any of it, so maybe we're just starting to get some of that. Some of the risk on some of the small caps. Because the market's not doing anything right now. Oh, did those fill? Yeah. I sold some covered calls on SI. I look to sell a couple more. BBY kind of coming down below that resistance, 33.50, up 13%. I'm gonna wait. I'm not buying in yet to this, but this is good to see. But I'm also willing to not time the bottom perfectly. Learned from that. This 1.5 is a big level on SI. Seems like it'll probably hold above that. 168. Long on Neo. Yeah, Neo 3.5. I thought you were holding the options. Oh, someone else in here was holding options. Yeah, it's kind of bouncing on this. So it's making a head and shoulders, but if it breaks out of that, that's pretty bullish. It's kind of what I was looking at the other day on it. Silvergate 22. Might sell another call up here. I just have a whole lot of shares. See if I can sell one for that 25. Yeah, Nat Gas gave up those gains. Of course. BBY now below that 33.50. Wondering if I should take losses on arrival and have the capital for something else. I wanted to do a covered call on here too, but too late. Late on all of it. GME holding up well, 3.3, broke up out of that downward channel. So see if it comes back down to retest it, or if it holds above there some levels. This is looking more and more like a false break to the downside now. Morning, Gene. No, there's no news. No news, man. SI 26% now. ISS supporting the reverse split is that's not news, Don. Come on, that came out way earlier. That didn't cause anything. Or are you just joking? Yeah, SI's dope. Over that 150 is good. 168 is a nice hold. I was thinking about SI or FRC, or even just getting some upside exposure on these banks. It's a little sketchy coming into all the economic data this week, but yeah. I mean, is anything material? There's a new high, 1.8. 1.8 SI hit 28%. Just sold another covered call on it. BBY hanging out underneath that resistance. So good signs of a bottom forming here. Very good signs. Indeed. I'll close out of my arrival. I liked the catalyst on arrival. I liked all of it. Just picked the one that didn't do it. Like the chart on it. Could keep it, I suppose. Yeah, I'll leave it for now. .8 aside 28%. GME 3%. If I want. It looks like a nice bull flag, but the same thing happened back here. Like a nice bull flag, but oh, that's weekly. But we did get that engulfing candle on the weekly, which pretty good sign that it was coming down. One looks a little better so far. SPY coming down a bit. SPY testing the lows. BBY coming down to VWAP. Neo has not broken the head and shoulders. 4%. No, you need like 20% to break it. Even if it comes like up here, look, I have a head and shoulders. Not, I mean, you know, it doesn't mean it'll play out. I mean, it's bounced off this support right here, this 889, I guess, more or less, which is good. MACD's still bullish, like. Silvergate 31%. Got 2170. I almost got more shares as at VWAP too. Dang, man, this thing's ripping 35%. Maybe I'll sell another call. 4 hops. Yeah, I need to sell another one for sure, dude. For sure. and quit messing around. See if I can get 30 cents. Do it. Do it. SPY moving down. Carvana 12.5. BBY actually now bouncing on VWAP. Very strong. That gas is down 1.3 now. Totally rejected that. Yeah, come on, pump the numbers up, guys. Yeah, thanks for your likes, though. 15. We wait long enough, we'll have an exciting day. Thanks for your likes. Thanks for 15 likes, guys. I appreciate it. SPY moving down. SI 33% now. Carvana holding up nice. II ripping. Takes off. Feels like I'm battling and hedging. You're looking at Weeble here. Desktop version of Weeble. Pretty hasty to close those puts on GME, but I think I was going to get it much better. Well, this is a false break to the upside now. Retail's up 5. Wish is up 2.3. Like these risk-ons to start rallying. Starbucks is up 10. The bottom. BY is below VWAP. Up 8% still, but yeah, good sign of a bottom forming. For maybe a retest down here. I might pick up some shares back in this 29-cent range. Yesterday's VWAP, if it gets there. Silvergate holding up pretty well. Volume is crazy on BBY. I like SI's volume. 7.9 million. Good at 940 on Neo. Yeah, pretty good volume. 60 million so far. That is a lot. That does look like some bottom buyers. Very interesting. How does that compare to our last little flattening section? Where are we? Oh, right here. Oh, now that is something to take note of. This might be different. As you see here, when we dropped down, it just consolidated. It didn't show much real buying support signified by this volume. See what I mean? Which you pointed out, Gene, which is a good point. A lot of volume there, so good signs of a bottom. Even more so in a reversal. Okay, yeah, I'll pick up some more shares. Or I'll pick up shares again. Once more. I was looking for an entry, preferably before the split. I think we could get moves before it or on it. See what's weird is MCOM had that hammer, had all that volume. Still selling off though. I think this thing's could get wild soon too. I lost and only 190. Yeah, it's always hard to cut losses, especially when the losses have slowly decreased. Like that's almost the hardest. Like you're so close to break even. You're like, oh, I'll just Just get my money out. I'm not gonna be greedy. I'll just take my money back. Carvana is actually breaking out. 1020 was kind of that resistance there. Carvana. GME still up 2.3. Holding above that breakout zone. Stock market multi-mic. SI 24%. Whoa, big red candle. Down to VWAP. If this kind of this breakout level 160 area is support now. I want some more shares of this and some of BBBY. If nothing else, just to sell calls on Bed Bath, but I'd probably wait. Close over $50 this week would be good. 32,000. I'm gonna start real slow, nibbling 100 shares at a time. These wicks down here, kind of bullish. I do think it'll probably still come back down here, but maybe not. Might find support even 31 cents, kind of this high from this other day. Hey, Candyman. GME bouncing on VWAP there too. That's interesting. SI bouncing on VWAP. Still very early. It's only been about 35 minutes. Thanks for your likes, guys. I appreciate it. We're at 20 likes this morning. Hope you're having a good April 11th. Thank you, Ace. Appreciate the gifted membership. Gene snatched it up. Well done. Team effort, assist, and goal. Thank you, Ace. Appreciate it, man. Hope you had a good family time in the States. Yeah, these wicks down here, kind of bullish on the old Bed Bath. $100 at a time might be too slow. Stock's so cheap, it's like $32. Thanks, Rick. Appreciate it, man. Silvergate. Ooh. Big bounce off of VWAP. GME holding above there, too. Alright, I need to do a little bit bigger position sizing. I do think it's going to come down, but today is looking very bottomish. Big indicators that volume.
The ego on you.
The ego on you. Yeah, maybe 1,000 share increments. That's a little better. That makes more sense.
The ego on you.
Ace is the GOAT. 2 of them? You gift 2 memberships? What the heck? Thanks, Ace. Appreciate it, man. Christopher snatched up the membership. TJ
The
snatched it
ego
up.
on you.
There's 3 new members. Thank you, Ace. All these grays are out and about. They see BBY moving up. They're out and about. Thanks, buddy. Appreciate it. Psy holding up good. Bed Bath up 11. Don't need to hear screamy music. I know, I don't always like the music even playing, but yeah, sometimes it's nice. Bed Bath moving back up to that resistance. Nice little consolidation down here.
The ego on you.
What? Another one? Thank you, Ace. Appreciate it, man. Buster Murdaugh. Dude, that's a freaking lurker name if there ever was one. He's just pulled the lurker out, like literally just pulled him out of the cave. What the heck? Okay. I guess there's a reason why you're a lurker, Buster. You bought 10,000 shares. It'll probably go down. Just buy another 10,000 when it goes down. Just be smart, you know. Makes you smart. GME kind of going through VWAP here to the downside. SI moving down a bit. Gotta get the lurkers hooked. Yeah, man. You bait, set, hook. That's how it is. That other SI call. I have another call on SI I'm trying to sell. F3. I gotta change the budget 25. Cool. Bed Bath kind of waking down, still above VWAP though. I'm sure it's the best character ever made. My dad managed to go. Sorry to hear about that, man. That's kind of crazy sounding. I wouldn't be trading the stock market to get money for your dad, though. 95% of the people lose money in the market that are trading individuals. The classic 0-date bail money play. Classic. Nope, not loaning money. And I'm kicking you. Don't ask for money in here. Hold up nice there at BY. GME. Right around VWAP. The WAP. That's what happens when you're Mexican Santa Claus. You give gifts to everyone. All that matters is that he's great. Alright, GME now a little below VWAP. Let's see what can hold after these day traders are done with them. SI moved up enough. It should hold that 1.5 level. Might do some cash grid puts even on that. That would be neat. Vámonos. GoEV have news? I saw an article about it, but I didn't read it. No news. Let's have an RSI divergence here on the bottom, actually. This chart looks nice. Little liquidity on these options too. Don, you must be all over GoEV. I don't know if I've traded the options on it. Let me look here. Overgate bouncing off of VWAP there. Bed Bath dropping below a bit. GTII holding up nice. Over VWAP. Yeah, nice bounce on that level. Buy coming down. Low of the day on SPY there. That gas bouncing a bit. GME coming down. It's up 1.7. BBBY. Around VWAP. SI holding out the best of these few that we're watching this morning. Looking at GoEV options. Looks like there is some liquidity on these things. You get traded. Not a very good time to buy a call on it, but what was I looking at? GTII has that nice looking chart. This one looks nice because you're probably a little earlier on it with this little divergence here. Just make a double top there, but a hammer, which is bullish. Got this little guy down here. Oops. That guy. That guy. All good things. Circular motion, all good things. We're at 20K more. There you go. Bold move, Cotton. I'm a genie in a bottle. Like that one. First, my genie. Keep Google my dad. Hash my to a porn star. Rub me the right way. SPY bouncing there, not making a new low. Did, but it just wicked. GME getting a little bouncy from it too. It was wrongly in the red. Each. I can fight this battle. Like how you put 1,000 each. You specified how greedy you were being. Might I interest you guys in your thumbs ups though? Thank you so much for those. We got 28 of them this morning. Well done. 10, 20. You know what's different today that I forgot compared to yesterday is yesterday everywhere was closed. Like the rest of the markets pretty much were closed. It was just us that was open. So could get more volume today, and I don't know, maybe a little more action. Yesterday was a little bit strange. Like this move right here was totally unexplained. Drop and then rip. So yeah, kind of curious on that. And we should get, you know, we might get a move from 11:30 from EU close. Tired of fighting the stock market. Yeah, I mean, BBY is probably going to come down, maybe retest these levels, just have to see if it holds them now. This volume this morning, though, is a great sign. Compared to, like, say, this drop in consolidation, the volume didn't really increase at all. So this is showing good buying support, I would say. Head and shoulders on the SPY 6 month. This one, sort of. I know I'm kind of seeing a double top, but yeah, I guess it's a little lower. Talking about this one. 6 months. Say candlesticks. Don't say time frame. Yeah, 10:30. That's true. I'll go turn off or turn on. Day traders gonna start shutting down then too. Some of them. Like an SI up here though. To sell another call. It would fill. Fill? That's why it's nice just doing small orders. Then you can kind of get your FOMO out a little bit on just small orders if you're able to. I feel like you're buying it, you're not going to miss out, but you're not putting in too much capital. It's like, we know it's not a good time to buy here, but we just, you know, hard not to. Because there is that 1 in 100 time where it just keeps going. They haven't had earnings, but they should have them this month. They haven't even announced actually when they're going to be, which is kind of interesting. Last earnings, this is what happened. It was just after all the bankruptcy hype, news, scared, and the violent gaps and drops. You had earnings and you had a rip. Yeah, bullish MACD. Might be getting a bullish MACD today. Volume today is crazy. We're already at yesterday's volume. It's tomorrow? Did they announce it? I haven't seen any announcement. That 99-100, but we don't like to think about that. Do you have a filing, Damien? Yeah, Neo, there you go, 9.5. Pretty good volume on that this morning too. It's starting to break above that resistance. That's a good sign for sure. want to see it kind of come back down and use that as support. SPY's moving up also. Expected, yeah, so that's just expected. Doesn't mean that's when it is. Dang it, oil. Cup and handle gone yet? A Neo, or I don't know what you're talking about. 6% on it. Don't really have a cup and handle on this one. SI back to 30%. BBY coming down. Very good though, I'm liking it. Want to see it hold some levels here. Yeah, it's breaking above that. Like I said, you kind of want to see it use that as support. Kind of the 946, 950 range. So it's looking solid though. If it kind of consolidates here, that's fine, but it needs to break to the upside then. If it breaks the downside, then yeah, you definitely have head and shoulders. I don't know, like Webull throws in head and shoulders everywhere. And I think it more has to do with just the shoulder line. So basically, like, even if you get a shoulder way up here, say like way up here, and here's your head, they would call it a head and shoulders once this broke down below like the neckline. So I don't know what the neckline would be like here. So yeah, you'd have to break down here. So that's much later though, of course, if you're trying to time an exit. Like, you don't want to wait till it breaks all the way down here, but maybe for a short entry down here. So you're looking more short term, it seems like, so you don't have to worry about too much. I mean, breaking this resistance is a big deal, that 950, which you're above that now. GME right at the WAP. Again, you could scale out, sell some now. Wait till tomorrow. If it holds up nice, keep holding. Starts to sell off, sell some more. You know, there's a nice exit today. You don't know if it's going to sustain. If it consolidates kind of at a nice level, then stop selling, but kind of keep selling until then. Fine, moving up a little bit. Silvergate. Want more of it. More. Greedy, yep. You can be greedy in the stock market, you just have to be patient. So I was below 406. Perfectly bullish B wave. Yeah, here's on what this week's data shows. I do like the short up here on just this little double top deal. Or even a little head and shoulders like you were saying. Thank you guys for your likes. We've got 29 of them. Well done. I just kind of consolidating at the high up here. GME's still up 2%. Silvergate's still up 30. Bed Bath with a green candle there. Yeah, do it, Donner, do it. Oh, Bed Bath. Looks like it's wanting to bounce back to VWAP a little bit. Like all my money back so I place a trade to make gains. Well, so it doesn't sound like you scaled out. But listen, if you're not losing the stock market, you're winning. It's a fight. Don't lose, and you'll have exposure to win. Gotta get on the right wave, man. OEV. Oh yeah, this is the chart. Is this the one? This one has the divergence. And then GTII has that nice channel. Really don't want to buy into this today. I'm gonna put a note, maybe pick it up tomorrow. Then maybe GTII also. I'm gonna get options, like GTI is just shares. Yep, screenshot equals sell. Upside from 413 to 416. Yep. Yeah, I'm not sure. I mean, 416 is still kind of the resistance, so yeah, I think you could hit there just tomorrow on CPLI. We could see a move back up to retest that high. But a break of that, that's what I'm looking for, I guess. Go long. 100 million volume. It is the start of reversal. Gotta go slow though, gotta go slow. I'll pick up some more shares. I like its green candle there. Looks like it might even give us an engulfing candle. That gas kind of bouncing. II. What that might not do. HKD even waking up a little bit. HKD. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. You can't day trade on this account. Actually, I could on this account. Interesting. 6% on HKD is not nothing. Not for HKD. Buy's coming down there. Big Hugs is hyped on HKD. I'm telling you, the chart, like, it was starting to look like a bottom was forming, which is kind of crazy for this one. This thing is like an electric motor. It's just on or off. So it's the light switch. See if it turns on. Not 1 in 100. Okay, no. Settle down. Oh, I didn't get filled because BY ripped back up to VWAP. Looky. That means I'll just have to buy some more up here. Oh yeah, it's getting excited. Getting excited for sure. Not even filling me, man. Come on, man. Why? Why don't you fill? A big spread? There's one of them. Alright. The slow scale. Just on the FOMO pumps. Little scale on the FOMO pumps. SI now down below VWAP. Electric motor equals pump and dump. To work with that. Whoa, big flush on SPY there. Probably not going to trade any futures today. There's too much other stuff going on. But potentially a short here. What'd you get? A gift? Not yet, James.
What did you say?
Alright. New low there on SPY. Might be shutting down some of the rallies. $22 is up. XXII. Still like my X data here. That volume yesterday. I know, even till I've been watching this thing, I'm like, come on, break out. Go crazy at some point. It should at some point. All that volume, that nice, perfect price action up that 9. Just waiting for this move to come. Like, this is it. That's all. You're welcome.
Your dad. My dad. Daddy.
You're
I
love you.
Papa. Love you. I love you.
Okay. Neo is not at $50. Silvergate back to VWAP. I'm gonna get some more upside on BBY though is probably gonna be sooner than Silvergate. So maybe capital allocation to BBY is the better of the risky plays. Well, size maybe a little less risky. Child didn't want bigger and bigger. Should have. $7K on SEC. A little divvy arbitrage. Thanks, trader. I am truly blessed. GME holding up nice there. Carvana. Nice move on Carvana. Yeah, this thing breaking out of that that level back here. This 10. I guess that's just 10. Yeah, looks good. I don't know why Zim is so volatile. Don't really get that. BYY moved back up to VWAP. And now just hanging out there. I still have an order for another 1,000. A little lower down here. I put in about 1/4 total of what I want on Bed Bath. So, and that's been comprised over 6 orders. 6, yeah. So I was a little more than I was trying to do. I upped them, so I can only do 3 or 4 more now. So I want to save some for later in the day, tomorrow. Yeah, but it is looking nice. It's like SI kind of wants to hold that 1680 for now. Hey, Rally. Wish still up 1.7. This one also needs to wake up. Yeah. 975. Haven't seen any pullbacks yet, so nothing really to look at now. I mean, it's rallying nicely. We want to see where it pulls back to and what levels it holds. VWAP's about 950, 947. So that's kind of the level from back here. So if it holds above VWAP, that'd be quite bullish. Up and up. I think it could be the beginning. I typed in up, which is actually a ticker that I've made money on. I think it could be the beginning of a bottom and a reversal on Bed Bath. Yeah, good volume mixed with good price action. Not to say it's going to do it all today or tomorrow, but a bottoming of sorts, similar to here. But this is different because all that volume, which is much better sign that it's going to be reversal and not just consolidation before more lows. Given that this was from news, this drop, but still. I'm gonna do, let's see, I'm just gonna leave these cover call orders on SI. Stoked I pulled the trigger on this morning. It was like, I didn't want to because it's total, like, first 5 minutes just pumping. Like, not a good idea, but I was already thinking about SI and FRC last few days. So when I saw it moving, I'm like, alright, it's a good trigger. Oh, okay, I'll wait. Kind of like BBY, like I was kind of waiting for a bottom for a while, so. Good on from stocks. Oh, what do we got? BWalk? Flat. What's the Trump stock? This is the only one I know of. BY is bullish. SPY back at the low there. Coming down. New low on the day. Broke through pre-market low. Got 408.68 for kind of a next sort of major support. Not major, but somewhat of a support. I don't think we're gonna get a whole lot of moves before CPI, so kind of just chopping until then it would appear. It's true, all those are green. HKD is still green. Yeah, there you go. Down to VWAP. SPY's coming down a little bit. ETL is also green. Yep, 4%. Wish is green. Fubo was green yesterday. It's kind of a sustained rally on Fubo. Yeah, I mean this chart looks pretty good too. The RSI divergence is a little skewed because of this low and this RSI, but yeah, I mean it is a divergence. So that's a nice. Electric motor is calm down. Don't like this coming down more. SPY moving down. Very nice, I like. How much? SPY moving down, GME holding up though. Bed Bath, nice. Just view up magnet. Yo, still grinding up. Looking for a pullback to VWAP. Garana. Zim up 10. BuzzFeed. Okay, yeah, you don't need it. Two. Huh. GME is still holding up 2%. Nice. Tempted to get calls in GME. Dang, I got whipsawed on GME though. That sucks. You're my boy, Jimmy. Got whipsawed bad on it. Because the market maker is not pricing in a move at all on GME, so if it does do it, it's going to be good for the options. If it does like a $35 or $40 move in a short period of time, you're looking at big gains on those options. Me kind of edging up here. HKD is consolidating above VWAP. I don't think I've ever said that before. BBBY? Jeez, man. Make me buy more. Not sure that's gonna come back down, honestly. Let's see, it's 1050. Retest down here. Looking less and less likely. Yeah, I saw that tweet, Flavor. Neo's still on the grind up. We haven't seen any kind of range, just up. So I don't know when it's gonna end. There's no way to know. Going up until it's not. If you look for kind of resistance, you've got clear skies really till like $10. 995, but yeah, if it pulls back and has support before then and then keeps going, I don't know. But so far, it's there's nothing slowing it down as far as resistance goes. Still like closer to $10, so looking nice. Yeah, 985 thereabouts. SI kind of on that 1680 support. BY, VWAP. I think I have another order still on this one. Yeah. If it gets down there. being that we've been in this bear market for like almost 2 years now, not used to sustained rallies. We've been conditioned for all these just 1, maybe 2-day pumps. At some point, we're gonna get a pump, and it's gonna consolidate. It's gonna pump. It's gonna keep going. We're gonna just have bullish momentum. Until then, it just favors the quick ins, quick outs, the trading, taking profits like crazy. I was just thinking about that with SI. I'm like, normally if it has this pump, I'm upset. Okay, it should keep going, but I should be selling a lot of covered calls today because might not. BY's had a ton of volume. Yeah, it's already past yesterday's volume. It's only been like an hour and a half. Yep. So 105 million today already, more than yesterday's. Neo, they just released something? Little red candle. Is that less than anticipated? SQQ. Yeah, I mean, I don't really care. I can just go puts on QQQ. I don't play Qs very much. I've traded the futures on NASDAQ, which is like, was that QG? Can't remember what it is. There was a time when I did UVXY and VIX and more of the inverse ETFs around like COVID crash and all that, back when those made money. $50K is 100% more than due now. Well, stocks don't have any reaction to it. I kind of like Carvana for the long too. That little breakout there. Looking at cash secured puts on this. Do they get expensive? Never really had a big drop from like bankruptcy. Is this the drop from it?
Mom told us to get our
Okay.
Jordan mine.
Yeah, still high IV on Carvana. That's nice. 35%. Not a good day to sell puts on it, but nice IV regardless. HKD's getting exciting again. 6%. I don't know, man. After the little pump, it had what? Was this yesterday? And now this? That's a new high on HKD. Uh-oh. Huh. Yeah, HKD is definitely waking up. Light switch may be turned on. Yeah, it's just ticker. Oh, SI woke up a little bit. No, it didn't. I just got filled on my call, though. Pre-market canceled. Just wait till tomorrow. But really the next week, potentially. Or maybe I might even start this week. We might get a big correction starting this week. Or big rip. No in between. I want to definitely watch HKD. Somehow EBTL keeps having these like green days, but I never go positive on my position. Not sure how that works. I guess maybe I bought it up here and just it's still too low. Ah, we suck again. Wish down a little bit there. HKD 8.3%. 1,000 basis points. It sucks. 9% on HKD. I don't even know where I would buy this. Can I have some day trades on here? Like my E trade, I have so many I can do. My TD, I don't. If I do any, I might be screwed. Oh yeah, HKD is waking up. Where are we at here? Oh boy. This thing's a light switch. Can't even get filled on it. I literally can't get filled on it. The market order, there it is. Let's say I can market order it. Definitely don't want to do that. Okay, I got a small, very small position on HKD. Because I'm not even sure if I can close it out today, so. I did have it actually the other day. And then it broke that support and I jumped out of it, and I think it's back to where I had it. Probably, that's usually how it works out. Where was it? I bought it here, maybe this support? Yeah, this supported breaking there, I closed out. And what do you know, we're right back to where I closed it out. But you never know. HKD could very well go to zero in a hurry. We'll see. Small position, which I might not be able to close till tomorrow. Silvergate still hanging out up there. Carvana. Bed Bath holding out nice. And the halting begins. I'm gonna watch it. I don't like it halting. It's like it's impossible to get out of. But yeah, that's going to happen if it gets crazy for sure. Halting does like to like this stock with only 23 million float. SI still holding that 1680. How's our good old Jeff Brands doing? Jeff Brands is flat. That's actually very good. Very solid consolidation. These candles are pretty ugly, but I imagine some of the money that's in here is now in SI and Carvana and these other ones. Maybe a little HKD. Yeah, Neo's very bullish. Back down a little bit. Hasn't even made it to VWAP yet. Oh, nice little consolidation. Neo sucks. Don't know what you wanted with Neo, but it's looking good. Oil's just growling. Please don't break out. I went up, tested VWAP. What a choppy day. I'm glad I'm not trading. Highlight data. Did I remember recession?
Share. That was less than half of what they reported.
Jenny.
Did it actually exceed the street's forecasts on total net sales and operating revenue that totaled about $5.7 billion. This also was down pretty sizably from year-ago levels.
CarMax now, let's hear it.
Did also come up short of what the street had been expecting. So the company did say now it's planning on some new store growth at 5 locations, including 2 additional stores in the New York City metro area market, as well as their first off-site production location in the Atlantic metropolitan area. Now those will be
this is maybe the one to play, honestly.
Fiscal 2024,
because it's
so
lagging. HKD does wake up, then this one most likely will.
But the company is expecting now rough capex of about $450 million in fiscal 2024. They did also highlight now, kicking off their new fiscal year, that they do expect this front half of the year to really benefit from a lot of the actions they took in the latter half of their fiscal 2023. So I think that is what is giving shares this lift today, Nicole, is the fact that we are seeing positive remarks looking ahead for a company, especially like CarMax, which has been somewhat of an outperformer on the year, up about 16% since the start of 2023. Still down about 33% from their high, but has been able to fare a very challenging auto market, perhaps better than some of their peers. Like names like Ford and GM have not been able to catch a break this year.
Holy smokes, 5 memberships.
The used car market
Legend, thank you, Ace.
More resilient.
The ego on you.
Yeah,
you guys are not a member.
Car vehicles really driving that
jump on the membership train provided to you by Papa Ace.
Here in the grocery business, Albertsons.
So Albertsons is the second largest grocery chain. So this is a massive company here in Chicago. They're the parent company of Jewel Osco, which is like on every street corner, it feels like. But they did report sales growth of about 5% to about $18.3 billion in the quarter, as we did see consumers still grapple some of these higher prices at grocery stores. They do also own Safeway, Shaw's, and Acme. They said higher prices and growth in their pharmacy business pushed identical sales, which was a metric that strips out store closings and openings. That was up about 5.5% for the current quarter. Gross margins, however, did slide, driven in part by the drop-off, they said, in COVID-19 vaccines at their pharmacy businesses.
If you guys aren't on our Discord, Ace got a
we had last year.
Fancy new
margins were also further dented,
GIF
they said, by
for his avatar.
Inflated costs, as well as increasing advertising expenses, and really this industry as a whole that they have been dealing with right now, sort of a lack of supply.
Thanks, Ace. Appreciate it, man.
And thus raising prices for the consumers. Now they said that they are
HKD moving 13%.
Their growing number of digital sales also be a bright spot, and actually a bright spot.
Looking at getting more, but I wanted to see if I could actually close it first.
Did say on Tuesday that some of these headwinds that are plaguing.
I'm not getting any warnings to try and close these ones I opened.
From that they did see
maybe it's fine.
Costs, increased investments in labor.
I don't think it is fine
this year. So this is not a narrative that they
hold HKD overnight.
Anytime
that would be
soon.
gnarly.
This is, like I said, the second largest supermarket chain in the United States, and we did see actually Kroger try to buy this company back in October.
Yeah, BBY is looking good. It's nice bottoming,
some regulatory scrutiny.
tight price action we're seeing today, holding solid at VWAP.
An absolutely massive company, so I'm excited to see
a lot of volume too.
Like down the road, because right now it's still fairly
good support and buying pressure.
All right, thanks for all of that. Jenny Horn, good to see you. Good kicking off the show with CarMax and Albertsons.
Reverse split vote is not for
here on the TD Merch
like a month.
It's time to get some insights in the news shaping the market.
But we've seen stocks move before the reverse split, and I
good to see you this morning. We have somewhat of a mixed bag ahead of those inflation.
A lot of the times it's been because of the reverse split. However,
well, good morning, Nicole.
I don't know if it's been before the vote. That said, it might just be a low enough price where they're done diluting, and so we're just going to start, we're actually going to start seeing the buying pressure.
It'll begin with the March inflation picture beginning to develop.
Hi, Jenny.
And we'll have the consumer price index, the producer price index, import prices. So the markets are a little bit, looks like a little bit tepid here heading into those reports, as they can have big implications on expectations on what the Fed will do.
Yeah,
GME moving up here too.
So let's talk about some of the prints that we've been seeing. I saw the March Small Business Optimism Index fell to 90,
before the vote.
about 90. That was actually versus the estimate
Yeah,
of
it did.
89.8. So it beat the
Good.
estimate, but it was a little lower than the prior month. And something like the Small Business Optimism Index, and we're
BBBY,
also
still
waiting on a sentiment
HKD.
number on Friday,
It's
where
actually
that's supposed to come in
interesting how it's
around
moving.
64. But the point is that the expectation for inflation there is supposed to be 3.6%, which
Somewhat
is
subdued.
the lowest level since April of 2021. I mean, what do you make of some of
For this
these
stock.
things about optimism and sentiment?
Yeah, well, the small business
The
optimism
size,
came out today.
down
Yeah,
at that support again.
Still
See if it
inflation and
holds.
quality of labor are still the biggest pain points that small businesses are feeling. But I thought it was interesting to note, given the backdrop we've seen in the
GME
past
starting
3
to
weeks
rally.
with the banking sector, we saw an increase
A little
in
bit,
greater
2.5%,
difficulty
but
of
over
small
VWAP and
businesses being able
relative
to
strength of
obtain
SPY is
loans. So
good.
that's going to be something to look forward to and keep a close eye on, because if credit conditions start to tighten up, and that could have a big impact on business spending and also on consumer spending. But on the consumer sentiment side, yeah, the inflation components are going to be something definitely to keep a close eye on. We are starting to see some moderation. We saw the PCE last
coming down a
week
bit
or
here
the
below
week
VWAP.
before, and we saw some moderation,
HKD
but
holding up
still well
11.5%.
above where the Fed wants to go, as they have said. And if you look at the CME Fed tracker
For a
for
break of
probabilities
kind of
on this
this.
May decision that they're going to have,
let's see,
it looks
kind
like
of the
it's
8
shifted
really.
pretty noticeably to
8
the
and then,
25
8.5
basis point rate hike, and then possibly
area.
a pause in June.
The last little pump it had.
Yeah, I saw
329.
that, and that led me to my next question. And that was
Break of
something that
those
Lizette
and,
Saunders, our own Lizette
yeah, they
Saunders
put
put out, that hedge funds are currently sitting with
9.5
the largest
really is the next spot.
net short position in the S&P 500 futures since late 2011. That doesn't necessarily go with what we're seeing as far as Fed funds futures betting on future rate hikes. So which one is it? Are things crashing, or are things, so hot that the Fed has to hike? I mean, were you surprised to see the hedge funds with the net short positions?
Well, I'm not too surprised. I mean, it's going to be a bumpy road as we get this disconnect between what the market's expecting and what the Fed is
low there
telling
on
us
SI.
they're going to do. And if they continue to hike rates, that's definitely going
stoked I
to
got one
have
more covered
some
call
some
sold.
consequences on equity
I have 4. I
performance
can do
there.
2 more.
And so I don't think it's too surprising. It's just going to be a bumpy road until we see that kind of disconnect between the markets and the Fed work itself out. But it's going to be a bumpy road as we get there. And then we're getting at the end of the week here, earnings season is going to be kicking up, and expectations
What's
are pretty low. I believe FactSet has a
That's literally right at that fib
6.8%
level, actually,
year-over-year
bounced
growth
down.
decline expected. That would be the lowest
And
since
it'll
second
drop below it.
quarter
It
of
gapped up to that and
2020, and the
rallied.
second straight quarter of year-over-year decline. So I think this earnings season coming up is
8:30
going to
then
be pretty
9:25
important in
then
terms
12:20.
of conviction in equity markets.
Yeah, and so as we're waiting on all the banks on Friday,
Looking a little
that's where
higher
we'll
than
really
830,
kick it
like
off.
850 area.
What are you watching
848
there?
to
Obviously, they
868.
have to stop using those deposits
And
and
950
leveraging in the way
area.
that they have. We know they've already been working on that. What do you think people are focusing on? The loans? I mean, how many
Nice,
loans they are?
nice to have
or
like a
not
multiple day
giving out?
rally on this thing.
Yeah,
'Cause I don't wanna
absolutely.
sell
The credit
today.
Quality, like you mentioned there, like we've
You
seen
know,
a
or
lot
gaps
of
up like
outflows from just
500%
cash
after
deposits
hours.
on bank balance sheets there,
Yeah, one of
moving
those.
into some of these alternatives that are offering
how's it been
higher
on
yields like
Tuesday?
CDs and money market mutual funds. So that kind of limits the pool
Crazy
on
18.
what they can lend out and transact in business, and that'll have an impact on business spending and consumer spending
moving
as
down a
well.
little bit.
So we'll be looking at kind of the commentary and performance on loan growth and loan activity there,
You just
and then
hang out
also I
there.
think of the credit quality, and if they do
That
any
bet
more
now barcoding
charge-offs
at
or
the-
reserve
at VWAP.
building, because when they're building up reserves for potential losses, loan losses,
HAI
that
still up
goes
12.5.
directly to the bottom line and eats at profits. So that'll be
HKD
something to
up
keep a close eye on.
12.5.
And then all the other usual characters there, net interest income, income. Investment banking has been hampered by slowing activity. That'll be something.
Why are
to
you
keep
worried
a
about
close
NEO? I
eye
thought you already
on.
closed.
And then also trading revenues.
NEO's
I'll be
done nice. It's moved back to
interested to
VWAP
see.
like
That's
we
been
said.
one of the buoys
And now
for the
getting a green
banking
candle
sector or
showing
the
a bounce.
financial stocks as
That
the volatility
also
has,
happens to be that 950 level that I was saying you want to
revenues
see it
pretty
bounce
strong
at.
there and helped help
So if it
results
flushes through
out
VWAP
and
and
overall
comes back
commentary
down
on
and
the
fills
health of
this
the
gap,
consumer out there.
then it's not looking good.
All right,
But
Rob Fleming,
up
good
in
to
these
see
levels
you.
up.
Schwab Center for Financial
good.
Research. Thanks for being here. Thanks, Rob.
Thank you.
Coming up,
SPY
more to
moving
come
up
right now
there.
on Trading 360 on our
GME is
360
just getting a
Spotlight.
lot
We'll
of
take a
strength
look
with
at
SPY
those
moves.
semiconductor stocks after Samsung announces a production cut yesterday. Today's disruptor.
Give up all the gains.
Akamai.
Yeah. Well, good. HKD. Like the volume this morning too on it. Thanks guys for your likes. I appreciate it. We're at 32. 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32. SPY up above VWAP. HKD looks like it's coming down a little bit. Its volume weighted average price is $7.47. That's $7.58 right now. Still up 9%. Silvergate just slowly creeping down here. 150 is the next level on there. Might grab some more shares if it hits there. But I do want to kind of save capital for BBBY. Oh, rival. I should have gotten out of this one already. Fully retraced that move it did yesterday. $1.20. Or sorry, not $1.20. 12 cents. Yeah, engulfing candle there on HKD. Presumably a move down. Maybe flush through VWAP, maybe not. SPY moving up here. Let me guess, GME. Yep. Oil's rallying. Dang. 1.5%. Excuse me. Silvergate now moving down a little faster. Little green candle there on HKD. Hasn't even made it to VWAP yet. Interesting. See HKD consolidate like this. Oh, I just sold or bought something. Oh, BY come down? Yeah, little red candle on BY. Bought some more. Why don't we will they fill that extra $800? Really, that is neat. Got a little margin on there, huh? Little margin. Too much talking, not enough food. If so, does that mean they can pull out when they want to still believe in Neo because they haven't? I don't know. You'd have to look at. Is there like a negative balance on your account? Hey, Tao. How much today till your bags get lighter? Thanks, man. I appreciate it. They'll probably close it out by tomorrow if they did make an error like that. So if you want to get a good exit, probably just do it yourself. BBBY, little red candle here. HKD back to that high, up 12%. Yeah, HKD 15% there. Oh yeah. What is a merging call? There's Hilton 2042. GME. Well, it kind of broke out of this range, so that's what I was seeing this morning. It opened, it went up, and then kind of a technical level, it got some volume that pushed through there. So now it's looking quite bullish, wanting to hold above this channel. And yeah, SPY rallies, it's getting pumped. So now I'm just looking at these vertical 23, 31, 24, 23 and a half, 24 levels. See where it ends, but it's looking good. I closed my puts today. Took a loss on it, unfortunately. I got whipsawed back and forth on the old gamer stock. Buy moving up at the high of the day almost. Silvergate with a hammer. HKD 16. There's 810 on HKD, 16%. Looking for like 850. 850 for resistance or so, but thereabouts. Auction up AMC's barcoding. Yeah, a bit, huh? 2%. Kind of interesting, this mellow rally on HKD. Rallies, consolidates, rallies, consolidates. I can't remember last time we've seen that. Motor had gas in it? That's a bad combo. Oiling his paddle. Ready to spank the market or what? Mm-hmm.
Are you done working?
No. Later.
And after you're done working, Mom, do this present.
Okay. SPY moving back up. Back up to the highs there. BBY below VWAP, moving down a bit. Silvergate with a bounce there. Think it need today? Well, maybe it'll be a 2-day rally. There's still plenty of time. It's up 15%, which HKD is actually doing. If it's on, that's nothing. EBS? No. Emergent Biosolutions? Nice looking chart. I'm moving up here still. Chapal's pumping HKD. I don't believe so. Got a new high there on HKD. It's up 17%. 848 is that previous resistance. Buy kind of at the high of the day. Overgate kind of bouncing a bit. But Bath holding a pretty good level, up 6.5. Volume slowed down. Pray for Neo. I don't know what your deal with Neo. I thought you sold it. Oil's rallying. Really helping this market. Comp also. Dollar's been dropping. You have it, you sold it, you have it. Put your promo back in. Yeah, good volume on HKD. You have 5 shares of it? Why are you tripping out? Buy the red candle here.
Bear on the trade. I do think there is some optimism to the upside, but just for trade structure, I'm looking short term. I think that $50 mark, if you would, will be a bit of resistance that'll be tough to break in the short term.
That's a lot in options, Lister. Near in the money and have a lot of time. I think we talked about them though. That I think you had a lot of time on those, so that's good.
Are you seeing them moving
Scale out of it?
You know, I like Joel's vocabulary in terms of what he's seeing as far as some of the short-term actionable price activity that's playing out versus the longer-term trend that's going on. And let's just dive
Make sure you don't walk away from the play not making any money.
In the last few months, to your point, Nicole, RBLX shares have done
don't
very
let it go
well.
green and then
taking a look here, we're going all the way back to
red.
End of last year. They were around 26 up to 47. And here you can see on the way up, they've helped us kind of follow this process, right? leaving these areas of consolidation that have formed along the way, currently balancing around 46 right now. I want to step away from this hourly time frame and the run-up we've seen since the beginning
I thought you were
of the
selling
year,
and moving to Leaps
take
anyways.
a look, you'll see how much like the other stocks we looked at, DraftKings, Wayfair, I mean, this is another one, Roblox, where the longer-term trend is to the downside. Now, Joel's talking about some of that actionable, that opportunity that presents itself within this range that we've been forming, but you can see here in the longer term, the trend is still intact to the downside, and we're just consolidating, accepting value at this lower level. Back in the spring of last year, we were trading around 21. We rallied back up to 55.60, and since then, we've been really, for the most part, chopped sideways, kind of consolidating around this $40 area. As long as we're below 67, still that trend environment working assumption the value's forming at lower and lower levels remains intact and a valid one. I did want to show you what's going on here, though, in terms of that 50-day, the 200-day moving average with Roblox back above it. So that rally that we looked at this year has helped them get above those two key moving averages. But notice here, RSI very limited in terms of participation. Price tried to make a new high here last week, but RSI, the strength, relative strength index, did not participate. I think that kind of feeds into that longer-term sort of downtrend that we've seen. Weakness or limited upside potential. Anything you do see has been relatively contained, but that's what Joel's talking about, taking opportunity and advantage of.
Right. All right. Thank you for that. I mean, I think you did a great job of showing where it was. And Joel, I mean,
yeah, look, even here we didn't have it like this. These are 5-minute candles. It ripped, ripped, halted. I think then ripped and was done. Today's rally is much different on HKD.
I think that's just
much more
kind of my
sustainable.
A key word that I've been using to describe any consumer
increasing volume, increasing price action,
definitely led by consumers,
taking new levels, consolidating, taking new levels, consolidating above it.
That we discussed.
This is very good.
I'm a little bit bearish. I think the $50 level will act as somewhat of a resistance here in the short term, out until next week. So I'm selling the 50 call until April 21st, buying the 51 call, picking up a credit of 21 cents. Break even is 20 cents. So $50.21 will be my break even mark.
Price coming down here.
45.79.
Set up an engulfing candle on the 5-minute.
So I do think we chop here. I think we consolidate in this range for a bit, and I think that potentially that $50 strike will expire worthless, and then I'll keep whatever.
Because it's so close to VWAP.
All right, so you had a couple of bullish, a bearish, and just your thoughts on the earnings, Joel, quickly. I mean, as we kick off earnings season, we'll get a lot of banks on Friday. What are you expecting from all these companies?
Whoa, nat gas bounced all the way back up.
It's going to be, the narrative is, I think Delta Airlines reports on Thursday, and I think that's going to be key to just talk about just how much travel has gone into play. And then again, you mentioned the banks on Friday. And we know what we had with the banks, some of the banks, regional banks going on here in the States, here in California. I think it'll be somewhat, the narrative will be how many deposits a bank like Wells Fargo has gotten over the past few weeks here since that event. I think that'll be key. I think JP Morgan as well reports on Friday also. So I think coming into that, I think that's going to be the real narrative of deposits, how well they've done.
HKD it's good.
Reassurance
HKD, I got a volume
for depositors.
Volume in there.
I think that's really going to be the narrative here, and any confidence that adds to the market. I think we're poised to see a market that revisits some higher levels. However, if there's any kind of concern, I think the trade can be crowded to the downside, and
I like this rally on HKD is
but
sustaining.
I definitely think there's optimism.
Okay. Great to see you both.
Might be a multi-day rally
Joel
on it.
Hawthorne, themorningsnapshot.com, and our own Ben Lichtenstein on those charts.
Lichtenstein.
Thank you very much for being here. Coming up next,
that gas pumping back up to its
we'll talk about the space. This
highs from this morning.
Samsung announcing some production cuts on chips.
HKD had that move up, it broke out. Broke those levels with a vengeance. Look at this sustainable rally on it. That is awesome. Awesome sauce. BTII broke out too. We saw it come with that volume. I'm gonna wait for tomorrow for these ones that are rallying today. Let's see, BBBY. BBY did come down a little bit more, still up 3.8. Looking for just to hold this support, basically. Make it work. Make the market green. Ulta's on sale. 22%. See if it holds any of these levels. It's looking good though so far. No halts. Consolidating. Very nice. Very nice
really
price
hard
action.
for them to compete going forward, and so I think fundamentally,
We don't know when earnings are for BY yet. They haven't announced.
Has put a number of companies that make semiconductors in a better place because that threat that there'd be a low-cost China alternative is diminished.
Thank you for all of that. Matthew Bryson, great to see you. Appreciate it. Of Wedbush. Thanks a lot, Matthew. Coming up next, the disruptors. George Sills is standing by. He has his eye on Akamai Technologies. Piper Sandler upgrading the stock this morning. The stock has an up arrow. He will explain and break down that report and give us an
nice, Isaac. Way to take profits,
well,
man.
Right here on Trading 360. We'll be right back.
Made 700 on that trade. Wow, you got a lot in it. I think I'll have 100 shares. Very small position. What do you have? 1,000 shares? Well done. Well done. Been waiting for HKD for a month? What made you start looking at it a month ago? Looking glitched? No, that's just how this chart kind of looks. Oh, this chart always looks weird. It's a lack of liquidity. The float's pretty big. I don't know why it does this. It does trade very penny stock-esque. I'm gonna hold my HKD. I might hold till tomorrow at least, or some sign of reversal. But I don't have much in it, like I said, so much easier to hold. Yeah, Bed Bath bouncing around that 9 moving average. Look at that, which also lines up with what, like 30 cents. Just kind of support from yesterday. So yeah, it could hold any of these levels. Doesn't necessarily have to come back and retest here or here. Could hold the lows from yesterday. Yeah, I've already bought some this morning. Guess I could buy more now. I might just kind of keep waiting. Cost of borrowing Weibo for AMC is over 1,000%. Oh yeah. I tried to short it. It would probably be on the hard to borrow list if it was that high, right? Oh, GME came down there too. And look at that, bounced right on the support. Tempted to get GME calls. I think I want the capital for BBBY now. I have a problem with, it seems like all the stocks that I follow move at the same time. Doesn't always, but yeah, GME's now in a spot where I want to get calls back on it. Broke out of that upside of this kind of channel, and now it's finding support literally right on it. KD holding up real nice support up here above this level. So 910 it hit. Got 950, like 944. Is that even? Yeah, this support from back here. 950. After that, it's like really like 11. 7:15. We had EU close, what, 15 minutes ago? Didn't do much to the market. Mark's is looking for it. Scary good or scary bad for sure. Yep. HKD kind of moving up here. I mean, it's looking nice. Nice consolidation at these highs. Still no halts or anything today. Volume just continue to pick up as we continue to see price action. All good things. Daily volume is already matched. We had that at last time it rallied on March 29th. We've already broken that level. That was that 8 something level. Old AMC. Smart man. Shed a tear in private. Yeah, it could pull back for sure, but so far it's sustaining really nice levels. UTI with that little breakout. Silvergate kind of finding support here. XD. You gotta sell when it's exciting, Rick. Buy when it's boring. If you wanted to sell today, that was a inverted hammer there. You also had an engulfing candle here. Isaiah was probably gonna pull back to VWAP, maybe below, and see what happens. It's pulled below, but it's kind of found support at this level back here. So, looking fine. Probably not get the same price that you saw here for your contracts today. Maybe tomorrow or later this week. Smaller time frame, it looks nice. Little bull flag setting up. But selling on options, you want to sell it when it's exciting, when it's moving. And it moves the fastest and the most exciting, usually in the morning. Sometimes these stocks will get afternoon rallies or end of day pumps. Your position, from what I remember, is you've got a lot of time and your options are like in the money, so you don't have a whole lot to worry about. Like, you have until June, I think, or May. I think your options are in the money, so you're not like trying to time a top perfectly with like IV pump. But yes, after this grind up, if you're trying to time the top of the day, then you want to do it in the morning, which is usually right. And you got a sustained rally all the way till 1040, 1050. So there's going to be consolidating. June. Yeah. Yeah, you've got plenty of time. If you don't want the stress of it, that would reduce your position size, because it doesn't seem like you can handle it. And that's also why I was saying scale anyways.
And Garrett putting that $70 price target, you're seeing it at the current valuation right now. It's at $72.50 today. David?
Yeah, we do take a very long-term view. So I agree that, you know, if you're in a hurry to make money, you're probably not going to make a ton, you know, today notwithstanding, of course, but I don't think you're going to make a ton of money on CarMax pretty quickly, because there's still a lot of problems in the used car market to get worked through because of the chip shortage. That's not going to fix itself the next couple of quarters. It's actually going to take probably a few years for used vehicle supply to totally recover from the pandemic and the chip shortage. But I do feel that, and you saw it a bit today with ASPs coming down. If you can get things a bit more affordable, you can get gross margins to come up. Gross profit dollars were still down because volumes are still down. There's still an affordability problem, but the current state of the market won't last forever. The used market won't last forever, and when it does, I think the stock can get well north of $100 a share again, but that won't be probably in calendar 2023.
Okay, so you got to have some patience here. Let's just get some big picture here, Garrett. I mean, you're looking, we know that used cars are staying on the road longer. Things are improving as far as supply chain. David was talking about the chip shortage, but the supply chain is improving. What names do you like? What themes are you watching, Garrett?
Yeah, so our top pick in the auto dealer space is AutoNation. And they've been extremely aggressive in buying back stock over the last couple of years. A lot of dealers have had a windfall of sales and profits ever since the pandemic started. And, you know, names such as AutoNation have been very prudent and very aggressive in returning cash to shareholders, also making
now we're getting pumpers in here.
strategic acquisitions and
Pumping
really
iLag and Meggle. I remember those.
Superior bottom line growth as a result.
I was only at 4.5.
Stick with a name like AutoNation
good,
before a name
though.
like CarMax.
And that's up 3% today. David, what are your thoughts in the big picture here when you look at the variety of names here? You still have an inflationary environment. The prices have come down some. Tell me how much inflation is
another Chinese
a story here too. What names do you like?
Yeah, another Chinese one.
Yeah, I do agree with Garrett.
Jesus,
we like
that
AutoNation
IPO also.
too. Lithia in that same space, I think, is a really interesting story because they're growing so much faster than everybody else, but doing it in a responsible way, not diluting shareholders, not over-levering the balance sheet. I do like CarMax a lot, but again, for the long-term investor, because CarMax is so rarely cheap. Usually something very bad on the macro side has to happen, like a pandemic or a chip shortage recession, for CarMax to be cheap. So, you know, for the long-term investor, I think it is worth accumulating here. But yeah, most of the dealers do look pretty interesting here, I should say. You know, AutoNation, you know, Garrett was talking about buybacks. I used to joke with clients that they're taking their share count down to 1. Now I can only half joke about that because they buy back stock ferociously.
All right. Thank you for that. David and Garrett, great to see you both. Appreciate it. Important day to be here. I'm glad you were able to do so. David Whiston of Morningstar and Garrett Nelson, CFRA Research. Thank you. That's going to do it for us here on Trading 360. I'm Nicole Petalides, live at the NYSE every day, 11 a.m. and 2 p.m. Eastern Time. I'll see you at 2 for the watch list, but keep it right here. Fast Market is next.
SPY just kind of hanging out up in these highs of the day. GME with the retest of that support and solid bill staying high. I just picked up some more BBY. I get more SI now. Yo, back to VWAP. That was back up. Oh yeah, HKD doesn't look done at all. Consolidating at the high. Hasn't even made it to VWAP yet.
You're just like this, and you're just bored, and you're waiting for something to happen.
Do you remember all those?
Come on.
Do you remember the dog days of summer when we were on the trading floor?
I mean, this is what for our viewers sitting there going, "Wow, this is boring." Yeah, some parts of trading are boring. You're waiting for the next catalyst to come out tomorrow. It'll be CPI.
Yeah.
Then you'll get Fed minutes, so the pace will pick up the rest of the week. But for now, you don't know what to do with yourself.
Hey, it is 72 degrees outside in Chicago.
Get outside.
So, that might be the cure.
But it's just, this is what trading is. You're waiting for a crisis, or you're waiting for some market-moving event or some news until you get it.
Yeah,
I mean, you're looking at an E-mini that's up 1/8%.
Yeah, that along with earnings season unofficially kicking off on Friday.
Things pick up, but not today.
Not today. Seems to be a little bit in the doldrums. But one stock that's doing really well today, post earnings this morning, and that's CarMax, rallying over 10%. Let's bring in Jenny Horn, markets correspondent here on the network, to help us break down this report. Because initially, Jenny, I looked at the numbers. EPS beat. They came in light on revenue. And then I'm looking through some of the data points. Was this as good as the market's taking it, or is this just like kind of a relief rally here?
No, I really didn't think this was as good as the market's taking it, to be completely honest with you, because like you said, there were some weak spots. And I think a lot of this focus was just on some of their comments looking forward into their fiscal 2024 year. But like you said, I mean, a miss on top line. Bottom line did come in better than expectations, and they did give this reassuring guidance, I guess, moving ahead, which the street typically likes. But you could poke holes in this report, no doubt. They did report their fourth quarter net revenue dropped almost 26% year over year to $5.7 billion, missing estimates. The company also said it's planning now some new store growth at 5 different locations, including 2 additional stores in the New York area, as well as their first off-site production location in the Atlanta market by fiscal 2024. The company did sell about 290,000 cars.
Well, it's kind of holding out,
retail
up 3%.
Wholesale channels. That was down almost 16% year over year.
You made perfect bounce off of that.
Decreased by almost 13%.
Breakout level.
And wholesale units declined by a whopping 19%.
SI with a bounce there.
They did also buy around 262,000 vehicles from consumers.
There's 30% on
in the
HKD.
Quarter. Again, a 20.
There's a new high of the day, 920.
Year-over-year basis. So a lot of very difficult year-over-year.
And just like the volume at 5 minutes after that consolidating.
The used car market was one of those areas of strength we did see a year ago. So I think this wasn't necessarily a huge surprise if you've been following along with the auto industry, but some pretty sizable declines, just frankly on a year-over-year basis. They also said their gross profits did fall.
It's
about
weird how mellow it's been,
to
actually.
$611 million, while their margin expanded 150 basis points to around 11%.
It's like traders haven't really gotten into it.
Earnings,
I
guess, was the brightest spot,
Jenny.
topping expectations, coming in actually nearly double what the street had been forecasting, and management saying that now the front half of this new year will be alleviated due to the efforts they made on the back half of their fiscal 2023. But I mean, is that enough to really warrant a 10% rally? I'm not so sure, but this name has been a quiet outperformer on the year, up 40% now off its 52-week low, and up almost 20% so far in 2023, and really seeing some strength today that's holding pretty well considering the overall choppiness in the market. So I guess that's enough to be excited about, the fact that we do still have earnings to talk about when we all want to be outside.
Yeah, Jenny, when is 44 cents a share versus 98 cents a share a good thing? Well, when the expectations were for 20 cents a share. And that, like you mentioned, they doubled what the expectations were really low for this quarter. So I think this is a textbook definition of a relief rally, Jenny. And you're right. They did cut costs. You know, when you saw what their revenue were doing, their earnings were doing, they did cut costs that made their earnings a little better. But Jenny, you know, this is, we said it during our presentation yesterday, Jen, they didn't do real well in the used car volatility that was going on the last couple of years. They want stable, calm used car markets. I think that's when they'll do better, because when the used
what
cars
just
were
happened
the
to
only
Wish?
thing in the world that you could buy, they didn't do so
What in the
well, Jen.
world?
Yeah, I mean, that's a really good point. And what world were we living in where you could basically trade in your car and get more than you paid for? I mean, it was so absurd that I think this normalization is actually really refreshing. But you follow some of the other themes we're seeing in these legacy autos. We're seeing Tesla cutting prices. Again, we're seeing some weakness in Ford.
Oh,
and
1 for 30 reverse stock split?
Trickle down will eventually affect then the company that's
What is up with this
reselling these
barcode down
vehicles
here?
that prices are starting to normalize. It's good news for us as consumers because, again, it made no
What
sense
in the
to me
world?
the prices we were seeing at CarMax. I was browsing just out of curiosity over the course of the pandemic. Prices were so ridiculous. So
all right, I'm
it
gonna
does
close.
make sense that on a year-over-year basis we're seeing some weakness, but this report objectively
It might have a
not
bounce, I don't
strong,
know.
perhaps just that sigh of relief for what has been a pretty volatile space. for
Another
CarMax
reverse
shares,
split
although I
to
will
keep
say
our eye on to see
they
what
do
happens.
look a lot
That's
better than Carvana
super
on a
weird. Why
chart
would they
basis.
announce it midday? Like, what in the
Carvana
world?
and some of the other competitors have gotten into this space like Vroom. They've been under pressure, some liquidity concerns from some of those companies. But even
Well, I think we'll
Carvana's
probably sell
rallying
off for
on
a
the back
bit.
of this news today. So
Well, there's hope in used cars
but we
now.
might see
I think
some squeezy
all
stuff
these
going on with it.
companies that hoped to do, that should have, by common sense, do well in a used car market that
Wait,
was so
what?
crazy, none of them did well, Tom.
Yeah.
So I think
Oh,
the
they just
general
split just
consensus
now?
is that calm used car markets will be better
Wait.
for some of these companies.
Announced
There's
date
still
April
only,
11th,
less
effective
than
at
5%
1:01
of the total used car sales
p.m.
across, the
Cheap,
country.
I
Well,
need
'cause
cheap
Oh, okay, after the market's
used
closed,
car
they're doing it that
markets,
quick?
Kevin, that's what I need.
Yeah. I mean, the real question is,
Oh
if
my gosh.
Carvana doesn't
A new
make it,
QSIP,
and I have
too.
no idea if they're going to or not. I have no data. I have no nothing. What are they going to do with those big, tall things?
Discos.
Several floor
Maybe you
disco?
shouldn't have sold
Are
it.
you going?
Nice.
I might go.
So it was
I'm not
previously
really
approved.
a guy anymore, but
I didn't know
all
that.
right. Thanks to Jenny Horn, markets correspondent here on the
It was
network.
approved yesterday?
Breaking down CarMax post earnings, but now let's bring in Randy Frederick, managing director of trading and derivatives at the Schwab Center for Financial Research. Randy, we're kind of talking about the lack of direction here ahead of that CPI
Interesting.
report
So they
tomorrow.
approved it yesterday.
Numbers
Today they
supposed to
announced
come
it
in,
for
I
tomorrow.
think
That's
overall
how
about
quick it could happen on
0.3%
BBY
of the
too.
month, up 0.4% for core.
They're gonna get QSIP
but, you know,
change.
we might get some outliers
Weird, they
within here
they announced
because
it in the middle of the
remember,
day.
just a few weeks ago, oil prices were down significantly. Will that help or hurt the CPI? And what are your expectations here?
And this is strange too. This
Well, you're right. If oil prices are lower,
barcoding
that
now.
should help the headline CPI. It won't necessarily help the core because the core excludes energy. But there is an expectation for the CPI and then also followed by the PPI, which we'll get later, that they will be down a little bit. Again, it doesn't mean prices are falling. It means prices are rising slower. And in fact, that has been the trend for the most part since all the way back in June of last year. Yes, we were at astronomically high levels
educated with
back
the big
then,
red candle.
But each month, while prices are increasing,
VWAP
they're
test.
increasing at a decreasing
See what
rate,
happens here.
which means the trend is moving in the right direction, which is one of the reasons why the Fed has.
I guess that was
slowed
a
down on its
RSI
interest rate
divergence there on
hikes.
that last little
There's
pump.
still a 50-50 quarter coin flip up right now about whether or not we'll get another quarter point hike on May 3rd or not. My personal preference would be.
No,
that
we're
they
looking at
don't
Wish there,
hike. I was
Flavor.
hoping they wouldn't hike the last time, because I think there's already a little bit too much pressure on the banking sector, as we've seen. You know, there's that expression that the Fed will hike until things break. Well, if they're not broken, they have cracked. And I don't think when things are cracking that you should continue to hammer on them. So hopefully they
Doesn't he have a
will.
bull flag?
Hopefully we'll see a little bit of an easing of inflation pressures this week, and that might be
what
enough
time frame?
to sway us into the
Not
no
really.
hike rate in early May.
Yeah, now
looking
Randy,
good,
if
though.
they come in
Now it's above
line,
VWAP.
you know, basically 5.2% for the headline number.
I would look for an exit on a
core
retest up
a little
here.
bit,
At least for some
their
of it. It's got
expectations
some
are-
up here.
Fed's
SPY,
Williams,
new high of the day.
President Williams came out and
Almost.
stated that, hey,
Yep,
we're
new high of the
still
day there on
far
SPY.
above that 2% level. And he actually offered in a little bit of a tidbit that, hey, we could easily
HKD,
cut.
don't do
If
that.
inflation does start to ramp down, the economy starts to get hurt, we can cut quickly in that mode. I mean, is that what they're relying on? They've got to break this market. at that point. And that's what you're kind of hearing the rhetoric out of the different Fed members at this point.
Yeah, and that's one of the challenges is that all the different Fed members talk, and some of them are voters, some of them are not, and they often don't tell the same story. And ultimately, it's the consensus opinion and Jay Powell that make that decision. But the challenge you have to keep in mind here is that 2% target is not a target for 2023, thank goodness. It's maybe not even a target for 2024. It could be either late 24 or early 25. That's a long-term goal.
Kind of
Yes,
me
they
up
should
there.
probably seek to get back to something like that, although that's a completely arbitrary number anyway, but that seems to be where they want to be. That doesn't mean they have to continue to hike. We're already seeing a tightening of money supply. We've already hiked 5 percentage points. It's enough to just say, let's sit tight and let this work its way through the economy. That is fine. There's nothing wrong with doing that. What you don't want to do, and this is in fact what they said they didn't want to do, is to hike too aggressively so then they have to cut. The market right now is pricing in, as I said, a coin flip for the May
30 years
meeting,
with
about a 0 chance of any change at
SPY
all
going.
the following meeting, but we're still showing about maybe a 40% chance of a cut on the meeting after that. So yes, the market is still pricing in a cut before the end of this calendar year.
Yeah, and I think that's the concern, Kevin, because to Randy's point, a lot of people want them to kind of stop and let those lag effects of what they've done over the past year kind of play catch up to the overall market. But at the same time, if they do that and they don't hike a 25 basis point because inflation's still elevated at this point, jobs numbers really good, would that push people more into risk assets when maybe it's not warranted at this point?
Well, if the CPI data comes in as consensus, right? 6% to 5.2 in the headline, the core actually ticking up a tenth year over year. They're going, I believe, my opinion, just simply my opinion, I think they're going to go another 25 basis points. They all but told you that, right? Loretta Mester said above 5. Jerome Powell said that the target is 5.125. I think they're going to raise one more time. I think they're going to pause. The hope for bulls is that Jerome Powell, remember the meeting is May 2nd and 3rd.
Put orders at the ask
we're now
and
about
just let them
3
get
weeks
filled.
away, and this is the last CPI and PPI retail sales we're going to get before that number. If Jerome Powell comes out and raises a quarter and comes out of that meeting and says we're pausing, this market could be a lot of fun for the summer. Could make for a fun summer.
Fun start to the summer,
well,
right?
Yeah, right, exactly. But that could make, that could be what all these bulls have been waiting for up to this point, which is Jerome Powell saying he's going to pause. And if he gets the Fed funds above 5, then he can probably justify it.
Yeah, and Randy, New York Fed yesterday raised their one-year inflation expectations to 4.7% from 4.23%. So that stickiness of inflation still there. But then, you start getting into that recession discussion here, Randy, and the IMF came out and lowered growth estimates, not only in the U.S., but globally. But it doesn't seem like there's signs of recession out there based on what they're trying to kind of state here.
Well, certainly not in the U.S. there isn't. I mean, again, we talked about this before. This is kind of like a recession where you continually wait for it and it never actually gets here. Right now, the Atlanta Fed just upgraded its forecast for Q1 back to above 2%
it's sketchy
for
to
Q1. So certainly there's going to be
that said,
one. I mean,
I'm still holding what I have. I'll probably hold it overnight.
GDP growth. We had 2 quarters of negative GDP growth last year, and they didn't even officially declare that a recession. They certainly can't declare it a recession.
But yeah, it'd be unusual for it to
positive growth. So unless the current quarter that
kind of have a continued rally,
a third of the way
but
over,
when it has,
totally off
that's
the
when
cliff,
they've had huge ones.
In this labor market environment and in high inflation levels, I can't possibly see that.
So maybe looking for an exit in after hours.
Expectations are for about a 6% drop year over year for Q1.
Even
but that's Q1.
The second
Q2
pump,
is just
it was
now
really just one
underway.
day.
I can't
gap
imagine
up
that
and
that's
just
going
sold
to
off the
happen.
whole
Is
day.
it possible that it could be by, say, Q4 of this year? Perhaps. But again, don't forget, we don't trade the economy. We trade the stock market, and the stock market is well ahead of the economy. Now, it would be unusual for the market to start into a new bull high or a new bull market before the recession even begins. But if we are even in the beginning parts of a recession, the market's going to take off before that gets done. And just like Kevin was saying a moment ago, and I said this a number of times, once the Fed gets to the point where it stops moving rates, then there's a little bit of near-term, little bit of near-term certainty. This market is going to take off because we know The consumer is still
Always
employed.
use stop
and the
losses
consumer
or
is
stop
still
limits
strong.
if you can't beat the
And
computer.
the interesting thing is, to me, the irony is that if the Fed remains aggressive, they're going to force their
Do a
own
limit
hand
sell where you want to sell it,
make
and then a
rate
stop
cut
limit
rates later if
for
they're not
where
careful
you don't want to go
about
below.
Yeah, and you know, we talk about that. Randy mentioned it. Certainty in the market. The market likes certainty.
Yes.
Whether it's, you know, good or bad news coming out.
Uncertainty, likes certainty.
They like certainty, and that could be that catalyst to the upside, Kevin. But we had some decent, names that had initiations. Chewy got initiated with the buy. Whirlpool upgraded. Akamai upgraded. UPS price target hike. So it's not like this is broad-based. It just seems like so many people are down on the equity market as a whole. So maybe playing that contrarian play that a lot of these analysts are doing right now, it gives you that sense of calm a little bit at least.
You know, I was having this discussion with one of our colleagues over there, and they were worried about certain things. And I said, you have to remember, from a trading perspective, that trade that you were worried about has happened. You're looking as a trader to the next move, and the next move, is it up or down? Well, if the Fed raises by 25 basis points and pauses, you got to be ready for the next move in this market, not be worried about maybe another 1 or 2% on the downside. You're looking for the next 8 or 10% move, and that's the discussion that everyone should be having right now. What's the next move in this market?
Yeah, is it back down to?
Because a lot's priced in already, right?
Is it back to 3,600,
Right.
3,500 for the S&P, or do we just kind of grind?
Yeah, I saw his video today.
Maybe the Fed does take a break.
Probably got
signals they're going to take a break. All right,
probably
guys,
got some
let's take
people
a quick
saying,
break.
"Dude, you should chill out."
When we come back,
that's
we're going to
sketchy.
take a look at Micron.
Because he had this whole disclaimer on the video about how he doesn't trade
after Samsung announced
these micro caps that he mentions, and if he does have a position on anything that he mentions, he's very clear about it. So I've actually not heard him say that before. But I mean, there's, maybe his mom trades it, or his sister, or his brother, or maybe a holding company in a different country. I mean, lots of ways around that statement. But anyways, I don't think I've ever heard him say a position that he's been in. I only have ever heard him say, "Oh yeah, I have a position in this." He just always shown what it was. HKD. Ah, yeah, wish flush. It's weird because they knew that the reverse split was coming. So something like this honestly could happen to Bed Bath. But we also could get a pump before the split. New Link music? Nah, dude, come on. You're gonna love my nuts? There's a new all-time low on Wish. I didn't even know they had a shareholder approval of a reverse split. I don't know why. HKD didn't find any support here today. BuzzFeed's breaking out there, up 11%. Not really breaking out yet, I guess, but back to its highs. No, people definitely get in trouble for that. If you had a position and he did that, then yeah, he could get in trouble. If he then sold and profited on the position. Barcoding on Neo? It's not looking good. I averaged in not at a great spot. I don't know, it was just throwing me off. Is all this such good looking price action. So we'll see if it totally just gives it all back up today. I like the volume. Hopefully we get like an after hours rip. I can sell something in extended hours. EBS. Yeah, BuzzFeed's public. What's in your time frame, Jim? But yeah, getting a little overbought. Probably fill this gap still though. 1375. Like a pretty easy level for it to get to. And you've got resistance right around there too, 14 or so. Not sure if it'll have a pullback before then. Intraday, smaller time frame, looks like it's kind of double topping here. That would be a good exit if you're trying to trade it that often. GTI break out there, a little new high. I want exposure to it, but I'm gonna wait. Tomorrow or the next day, I'll pull back. If you're going out, yeah, set up a stop limit or a stop loss or whatever. The green owl? It's a new owl? Yeah, HKD coming back down. We'll see if it holds support anywhere, or if this is just a one-day pump. It's my final form. We found it. Up 16% because it's gone. Like gone missing.
There is a very solid, what appears to be a very solid level of resistance right at 65. And this goes back several months. Multiple times Micron ran up to that level and then shot down below it. It is now about $1, $1.50 below that level right now. Now, if you believe this news is indeed good and that there will be a breakout to the upside, maybe you need to give that a little bit of time. In the very near term, if it was going to break out of that, it probably would have done it already. So let's say we think, okay, near term, we may have gotten all we're going to get, but maybe in a few weeks, it'll do a little bit better. There's a strategy that you can use to do that with, and it's a calendar spread. So the example I put together was this. We've got about a few days to go till the end of this week. You can sell a near-term call option that expires at the end of this week. It's going to be a high theta, meaning it's losing time value quickly, and a low delta, which is not only low, but decreasing because it's out of the money. The example would be selling an April 28th, $65 call that expires at the end of this week. At the same time, if you think in a couple of weeks, Micron's going to get some footing under it, perhaps the market's going to continue to be fairly positive, especially in tech, which it has been. And it may trend a little higher over the long run and actually break out of that 65. So you can take an opportunity on that by going out 2 weeks to the 28th. I'm sorry, did I mess up? I meant to sell a 14, an April 14 that expires at the end of this week. And then buy an April 28th that expires in a couple of weeks at the same strike, $65 call.
Are you overseas? Are you in Europe?
Have a higher delta. It's not above 50, but it's higher because it's got more time on it and a slower time erosion. And this trade, when I
Oh
looked at
yeah,
it
we're
about
not
half an
voting
hour
for
ago,
the
was
amount.
trading
We're
at
just
about
voting
$1.
to approve it
If
or
you bought
not.
the 65 for 428 outright, you'd be spending
The board's
about
going to decide the
$1.50.
amount.
So essentially, we're going to cut a third of the price off of this, and this works out nicely as long as Micron doesn't go above 65 by the end of this week, which is just a few days
Fubo
out.
broke out there too.
So your maximum loss on this thing is $1. In the near term, you're going to max out at about 65 right at the end of the week. You're going to have a max gain of about 66. But then beyond that, you've got unlimited upside after that, and you're just sitting on a longer-term option with a relatively low price.
Yeah, let's break this down. 2-week wide call calendar to the upside, buying the April 28th weekly.
Oh, I thought you were asking a
65
question.
calls, selling the near term April 14th weeklies that
I like
expire in
Fubo
3
looking
days. The
too.
same strike, that 65 call, paying roughly about $1 debit for that. There's your risk, $100 per spread. But I think what's key here, Kevin, is that you're still giving yourself a range between about 67.50 on the upside and about 62.75 on the downside, where although you want it to go towards 65, you still have a range in this type of strategy.
I'm going to say this nicely. There are people that use technical analysis a lot more than I do.
Yeah.
Right? But even I can't ignore a chart around $64.5, $65 that stops so many times.
4 times in the last about 6 months.
Yeah, so it's pretty significant up there what happens around $65. So if there's a drift up there that stalls up around that level, this spread is a correct
I just
spread
usually
for
trade the
that
futures
trade.
and try to get
Now,
market
like I said,
exposure.
it's still a range-bound trade. You're targeting around the 64
but I don't have anything right
65
now.
level, but even I can't ignore that
I don't have
chart.
much margin for that,
and yes,
honestly.
start looking at duration. So in Randy's
101.
example here, it's only a trade that lasts 17
Broken.
days. 17 days at this point until April
wait for cash to
28th weekly
settle, and then I can
expiration.
sweep it
That's the
over
option you're
from the
long. Randy mentioned
individual count
if it does
to the-
remain below 65 and you let that
that's probably what it is.
near-term option expire worthless, and you'll just be long
Well, I
the
might
other
have-
call
I might buy
or
power
potentially
tomorrow.
roll it if the market's
Get some of the
open, liquidity is
volatility.
provided. That provides credits, also increases potential profitability and reduces risk. So a good look at a really short-term trade, taking advantage of that, maybe that resistance that Randy pointed out here around that $64.5, $65 level that we've seen over the last several months. All right, thanks to Randy Frederick, Managing Director of Trading and Derivatives at the Schwab Center for Financial Research, joining us breaking down markets, CPI, and Micron. But coming up after the break, Kevin and I are going to be joined by Andy Swan from Likefolio for
Stop looking
discussion
at me,
on
Swan.
Pinterest, which has ground higher by about 15% so far this year on optimism for the consumer. Stick around. Fast Markets coming right back.
The IV is so low on GME. I'm gonna get some options just to thank the market maker. We should be getting earnings on GME in May too. Can we get May 5th? Not a whole lot of time, but not favorite day to get it either. Nagel's now going again, Mr. Style. Let's pull back to VWAP, but yeah, 10% move there. Nice volume. AMV is still going. 18%. Chinese IPO one. That's right, I forgot. Interesting to see them all wake up at the same time. GTII, new high. Silvergate holding that level nice. HKD kind of holding a level here at the $8 range. Whoa. Yeah, AMD passed up HKD. Wishing it had ours. Yeah. Wonder when they announced. No, they just voted on it. Whoa. They just voted on it. It's crazy how quick they did it. So, they voted on it yesterday. Today they're announcing this tomorrow. Or no, today after hours. So this one, not really a whole lot of time for it to have like kind of a pre-split rally. Where some we've seen kind of have a pre-split rip. So maybe on the day of the split or maybe after, wish we'll see some action. I look at those options there. Oh, my GME call filled. Jeez, you guys dip buying BBY heavy. Just waiting for that. Waiting for those signs. Oh boy. Got IPPO in for 18,000 BBY shares. Bullion's in for another 5K. This is the way. Hopefully you guys have enough to scale a little bit. I know Bullion's just averaging. Maybe you too, IPPO. Swiss Council of States approved a $9 billion guarantee as part of Credit Suisse rescue package. Buys coming down here. HKD holding that level. I'm not super hyped on it though. Did close my wish. Still have BBTL. French Data Protection Authority CNIL says has received several complaints about ChatGPT and is investigating them.
Stuff, great data as usual, Andy. Appreciate it.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yep.
All right, that's Andy Swan, co-founder of Likefolio.
Are you averaging, or is that your first
you're
pickup?
Not supposed to be the downer.
I know. Like I said, I don't like it. I don't feel good about it.
You're supposed to be the optimistic
I know,
one.
and believe me, it's not a good
Reverse
look.
split does not dilute shares.
So here's what, when I look, by the way, earnings are April 26th.
Yeah.
So what I did for a trade in this name is just, if you look at the chart on Pinterest, it's really flattened.
Ground higher though, just slightly
yes,
though.
It is grounding higher, you're right, but ahead of their earnings, I don't know what the impetus would be for this name ahead of earnings, other than, you know, it trades $28. It trades at a pretty low level. So if you're going to make a long-term bet, probably now's the time to do it. Likefolio data says that. But Tom, I tried a little different strategy here just to take advantage of the time between now and earnings. So I went to the April 21st expiration, Tom, and I did an iron butterfly. But here's another way to do an iron butterfly. Remember, sometimes when you spread these out, you lose some of the edge on these trades. But if you do the $1, sell the 28 straddle, April 21st, sell the 28 straddle, buy the 27 put, and the 9 calls, only a $1 iron butterfly. Yeah. Tom, $1, it's trading about 78 cents. So your risk is 23 cents on this trade, with a chance to make a nice, if it stays in this range between now and before earnings, you could have a nice percentage winner here with very minimal risk. Yeah. There's no risk. Yeah. You've got risk if it moves in any way towards $29 or $27. But Tom, you have some room here. Yeah. And by the way, you could move the strikes around, pick, and then trade them like that. But Tom, this is a very low risk way to play a neutral strategy in Pinterest.
Yeah, let's break this down. So you're avoiding that earnings event, which might cause some volatility,
my arrival
as we've historically seen in Pinterest. But going out to that April 21st monthly series, it expires in just 10 days. And you're selling the call and the put on the 28 strike. There's that short straddle. And then, because you want to stay kind of risk-defined on this, you buy the 27 put and buy the 29 call, creating a $1 wide short. It's iron condor, but it's also called an iron butterfly, as Kevin mentioned here. And if you collect in 78-cent credit, like we've got on the risk profile there,
yeah, I started buying shares.
$22 per spread. Outside of those break-evens, which are 27.22 on the downside and above 28.78 on the upside, those are your break-evens. So you want the stock to kind of consolidate between those two break-evens over the next 10 days. Now, you do have some assignment risk on your short options on those, also on either the put or the call side.
Yeah, one of them is going to be
exactly. Or if the market's open and liquidity is provided, you can close it at a time if it contracts in price. But this takes advantage of some consolidation around 28. Time decay will work in your favor if it consolidates in there. And the idea is that this thing collapses in price. Now, the ideal would be the stock pins 28.
At or near.
Yeah, at or near there. Or the ability
we got
to
NAC
close
on the high up here,
ahead of that expiration. a week from this Friday. So a good look at a
Remember,
different
all
type
you
of
guys were hyped on
strategy
NAC in Discord,
that
like
takes advantage
NAC,
of,
like
hey,
years
it's gone
ago?
higher 15% already this year.
And by
Maybe
using the $1 strikes, Tom, remember the margin is only $100. You can do more of the smaller spreads.
Yeah,
I guess is
I think BY could get a little bounce out of where it's at.
Risk of only $22
and by
per
little,
spread,
I mean it could be
on
who
that
knows,
one.
maybe up to $1.
So the risk reward setup is good, but that's a
maybe
trade-off
back up to 80
of
cents.
tightening up that short iron butterfly there. All right, Kev, let's take a quick break. When we come back, we're going to take a look
reverse
at
split and all that stuff
Qualcomm,
happens next month. We're
which
going to
has
see
rallied about
volatility and probably to the
so far
downside
this
as
year,
well.
but is definitely lagged
But before then, we could
many
have some
other
squeezy
tech
stuff going
names
on,
in
not just
the
80
chip
cents,
space
not like
in
a
2023. Fast markets
bounce,
coming right back.
an overreaction bounce, but an actual like, $5, $6, $7 maybe. That's kind of what I'm hoping for. On it, that we have that pre-split rip that we've seen on other stocks getting split, and get a nice little exit, because around the split it very well could have a big sell-off then too, unless there's news. If there's news that causes a rally, then that's a totally different story. Austin, they've tell us themselves they will file bankruptcy if the reverse split does not go through. Yes, oftentimes when stocks reverse split though, there's volatility to the downside and to the upside even. But you vote how you want. Yeah, there's also that, the compliance. They're out of compliance right now. That said, they have plenty of time to regain compliance, and I don't think they're doing it for that necessarily. Hopefully it's because they're trying to have a spin-off or some kind of carve out. They need the shares for that. Swiss Council of States approves financial guarantees of 109 billion Swiss francs as part of Credit Suisse rescue package. Oh, there's a little red candle on BY. Looks like it wants to come down. HKD kind of moving back up to VWAP. Very interesting. Record numbers of young unmarried couples are moving in together with a large
The ego on you.
Ace Ventura, you animal. Thank you, sir. 5 more gifted subs for you guys. Tasty, my next pair, Jan, Foghorn,
The ego on
Mo.
you.
Didn't even know you guys were watching. Ace just knows how to get them all out. Thank you, Ace. I appreciate it, man. Wow. Bunch of new members.
The ego on you.
Once again.
The ego on you.
Looking for all those memberships that expired.
The ego on you.
Thanks, Ace. If you can't trust shareholders, that's insane because it was the high level people who took raises. What? They can't trust. Thanks, Tasty. Appreciate it, man. Ace for President 2024. Speak your piece. Trying to bail your dad out of jail. Yeah, we're on Twitch also, Flavor. That's funny. GTII. Ooh, still kind of hanging out there at the highs, 21%. Silvergate. Still melting down. I like that it's still above this level. That was $1.50. I want to see it hold above that. I don't stream on Kick. I just started on Twitch, actually, so I don't have how many followers over there, just a couple, I guess. Record, yeah, I read that. Fed Williams shrinking a balance sheet is going very smoothly. Not really. Fed Williams, oh, that's right, we have Fed speakers today. Fed Williams says, I don't believe we need to change our balance sheet policy anytime soon. OpenAI CEO Sam Altman has said AI could pose economic shocks or disinformation problems at a level far beyond anything we're prepared for. Traders fully priced 25 basis points May ECB hike, first time in 4 weeks. Ford confirms $1.8 billion investment to retool Ontario factory for EVs. Boeing first quarter deliveries exceed Airbus for first time since second quarter 2018. Many homeowners, including lots of baby boomers who locked in record low mortgage rates in recent years, aren't in a rush to sell their home. As a result, the value of household real estate owners' equity, a record $31 trillion. Yeah, you don't want those lines to cross. Owner's equity lower than home mortgages. We're starting to see them though. One's flattening out, this one's starting to curve up. Yeah, I'm new on Twitch. Cool. Thanks, Christopher. Appreciate it, man. Have a good day. Yeah, HKD's kind of holding up. It's weird. Really weird. Me bouncing a bit. Our box. SI getting to that 150 level. Like to see it hold there. How many funds is good for the whole and figured one man? You're so wise.
Is right around $2 billion. It fluctuates around $2 billion. It's up to $6.9 billion in inventory. Now, that's really bad if there's a slowdown. If the 5G market starts to pick up, they're loaded with inventory to sell, and that could really spark some profits. But they're playing an interesting game here, George, with inventory levels at least double what they were at the end of 2021.
Yeah, that's the trick about this, because if you look at the quarter they're going to be reporting in May, that looks like, to me, they're expecting the low point in terms of the inventory glut. And again, if there's a pickup in the 5G chipset demand, that could actually be a very big boost for the company. So it looks like the estimates are already coming in for the expected quarter, or the quarter they're going to be reporting soon. And again, it might be a situation where a lot of that excess supply is going to meet some increasing demand and effectively will cause a situation where they may not necessarily have to discount or move inventory at lower profits or even a loss in some cases, and it might actually be a meaningful situation for the company on a forward basis for the back half of the year. So let's consider the earnings in early May and see what happens with the stock.
Yeah, definitely lagging a lot of the other tech names.
Getting close to that gap, Bill.
Yeah, these inventories are big, but George has a point there. If they
go
time this right and they catch this upswing, they're loaded with inventory to sell. It could be big numbers.
Yep. Maybe a bottoming cycle for them also, especially in the handset. I think that's a key driver for them. All right, thanks to George Tilley, senior markets correspondent here on the network, breaking down Qualcomm for us. Thanks, George. Kevin, your thoughts were real quick here, because you mentioned the areas that they're really front-loaded in, and that's smartphones, that's hardware, PC sales. We're seeing some weakness there. But then they've got their licensing business, which is still pretty good.
Which is massive.
Yeah. So,
it's an interesting company because a lot of their technology, they don't do. They don't make the products, but it's their licenses.
Patents.
Their patents that are doing their products. They're big in 5G. Most of their sales are through mobile devices in some way. They're basically in just about every phone made. But it's this inventory issue, I think, that is so key. If they get it right, like I said, it's a big winner. But like I said, you see inventory levels that are, almost approaching triple what they normally were historically. It's a big bet.
Yeah, and if the company comes out during that earnings call, they report on May 3rd, and they could start talking about efficiencies. Maybe they start talking about a bottoming cycle. We've heard these terms in other conference calls from other companies, and it kind of turns the stock around, or it historically has over the last couple quarters. So that's what I looked at, Kev, for an example trade. Your trade that you talked about for Pinterest, you kind of wanted to avoid earnings, right?
Because like a premium sell on
your strategy was more neutral, right? So I looked at a directional play here to the upside in Qualcomm, based on the fact that what if they do report, or you think that they may report a good earnings on the 3rd. So I looked out in the May 5th weekly series. So you'll capture that earnings event. You've got about 24 days till expiration. I just looked at a call butterfly to the upside here that cuts down some of your costs on this bullish play. So buying one of the May 5th weekly 124 calls, selling two of the May 5th 130 strike calls, and then wrapping it all up by buying one of the 131s. So it's an unbalanced butterfly here, Kevin. We've got 240 up there as the debit. That would be your risk. It's trading closer to 230 right now, so it's the stock's pulled back here a little bit. But what you pay is your risk, $240 per spread on that. You break even $126.40 if you pay that much. Your thoughts on this type of trade where you're actually gathering the earnings by doing this type?
Yeah, this is an upside play in an earnings event, in an earnings week. And one warning that I would tell our viewers is make sure, you're doing a $7 spread, selling a $1 spread, right? Make sure if you're going to do it like that, that you get enough premium in that $1 spread to make it worth it. But you do here. It's 33 cents. If you price out the 130, 131 call spread by itself, it's trading about 32, 33 cents. That's plenty of coverage on a $1 spread. So you've got that right coverage. It's worth doing. My point always is get paid for the risk you're putting on. And so make sure you do that. In this case, selling the $1 spread fits. It's 30 cents. It's 32, 33 cents.
Yeah, and those were some of the steps that you go through. Instead of buying just the 124, 130, $6 wide call vertical, why not offset some of the costs? Now, above 131, your profitability goes down by that difference, right?
By that 67 cents.
Yeah,
roughly.
67 cents. But the apex of profitability at or near that 130 strike. But this is a type of strategy that takes advantage of a move higher. Now, if you want to avoid the earnings event, you can do a weekly cycle that expires before earnings takes place on the 3rd of May, but a good look at a directional play here, offsetting some costs on the unbalanced call butterfly in Qualcomm. All right, Kev, that's going to do it for you and I today here on Fast Market, but stick around right here on the TD Ameritrade Network. We've got Next Gen Investing coming up.
I don't know what to do. Basically, they were talking about some with BBBY. Basically, 51% of institutional investors saying they got an investment idea from the Reddit subreddit cryptocurrency. New York Fed report projects current 8.7 trillion balance sheet to fall to 6 trillion by mid-2025. Carrier aims to sell or spin off fire and security business. Really? This is one I liked in the long term. Ooh, that's the pump on that news, huh? 11.15, yep. Things come down a long ways from when I traded it. I caught it on some of this rally. In March, real estate was the most shorted industry across global equities. And its population grows 2.7% to 39.6 million, the fastest expansion among advanced economies and on par with many African nations. Heard that. $2 trillion venture capital industry could see portfolio markdowns of 25% to 30%. A haircut of possibly $500 billion following the SVB failure. New York remained the most expensive business trip destination in the world in 2022. Banks in more precarious situation, creating risks for global growth. I'm a chief economist has said. GTI breaking out there, up 20%. 1650. Heavy bounce off of this support. Hoping for a little pullback like this, or I guess this. Pick up some shares. Hey CDB, got some ralliers today, including HKD. SI had a pretty big move. BBBY did also. GME broke out of its range, the upside. Jenny.
Welcome to Next Gen Investing. I'm Jenny Horn today, joined by Renita Young, who is filling in for Alex. And Renita, it is so good to have you here. We
Ala's
have
getting ripped up 10%.
Today, which is a nice change of pace. Now we are seeing some choppiness throughout the markets, but some strength now as we kick off the show right now about 1 p.m. Eastern time. So, I mean, it does feel like there's a lot of anticipation in these markets because we do get earnings later this week.
Absolutely, we get earnings, and right now we see more of the weakness coming from the tech industry. So the NASDAQ is probably the only sector or the only index in the red right now, but it may stage a comeback. Who knows? It's down less than 0.5%. So we'll find out what happens throughout the rest of the trading day.
And as always on the show, we will focus on the individual stock movers, a ton of really big names to get through today. As always, we will kick things off with our upvote and downvote segment. Following that, we will chart and trade those upvotes. Our FOMO discussion today is all things Tesla. We're seeing some analyst reaction to it cutting its prices. Now, some positive price activity today in Tesla shares, but not such positive analyst news. And then we'll discuss Bitcoin breaking above 30,000, some of the crypto-related stocks that are seeing an impact to the upside as a result. Last but not least, our under 30 name today is WW International, making a massive move to the upside on some positive news after a deal to buy the weight loss drug prescriber the company announced going through. So with our upvotes, as always, these are not recommendations, just names that we saw interesting headlines on and are making pretty nice moves today. We'll start things off with Chewy here, Renita, as Chewy is a fan favorite, I think, on this show because we get to talk about pets, and this is some of my favorite visuals across the board. And Chewy with about a 0.6% move higher today, so not a massive move to the upside, but we are seeing some positive analyst news today.
Absolutely. So this stock just got rated an outperform. It got upgraded there at JPM Securities, and also a $50 price target. That represents about a 42% move to the upside. But this analyst is talking about the humanization of pets, right? So during the pandemic, we saw this boom where a lot of people adopted pets for the first time, and they started just buying all these things for them. They signed up for Chewy's subscription service, and it was a huge boom that had since normalized. But right now, this analyst pretty much says that this is here to stay at the level it is now, and it may even get a little bit more intense, right? As people continue to prioritize their pets, he feels like they're going to add their pets into their discretionary spending. In addition, he believes that Chewy's auto ship subscription service, it adds more predictability into the future since people are going for it, and it's more predictability than is typically seen in this particular e-commerce space.
And you know, you'd think that with that sentiment that we'd be seeing more of a lift in shares, not only today, but really on the year, with shares down about 5% now on the year and down about 33% from their high. So this name has been just a laggard. And personally, I know from being on Chewy, you oftentimes see everything's out of stocks. They've got to work on that supply chain. And you were lucky to get out of the pandemic unscathed without a pet, because they are like the gift that keeps on giving. And it depends on how you want to look at it, but they are expensive right now in this economy. Now, we'll downvote that name for today. They don't have earnings until June 1st. We have some time until we see a next major catalyst in that name.
Yep.
Our next name, though, today is Netflix. And Netflix always has news. There's actually just several
rip right now.
pieces of
Trying to save her
analyst
from
news
reverse
today.
split.
Morgan Stanley.
Oh, so you're thinking if we rip it now, if we won't have to reverse split.
Seeing some optimism.
That's
Netflix
true.
Shares have been
They might not reverse
nice
split if we have a big move before then.
52-week low. They have, and
but
so this
if
stock
they do,
has quite a few things.
They'll probably have to
talking
offer
about
shares
today.
basically.
It's launching a Stranger Things
rip,
animated series.
which would be better
it's got
than
this new partnership with Lacoste.
I don't know, the reverse split though. You get the
it's
CUSIP change. You get
some
other
of the
other
characters or
kind of
outfits
factors that
or
might cause some
costumes rather of
squeeze.
some of the shows on Netflix on the little Lacoste crocodile, and it's going to be on all of the clothing pieces, tracksuits, polos, of course. It's pretty interesting. But how is the crackdown on password sharing going? How is the new ad-supported tier going? That's going to be two major things in the spotlight as the company delivers earnings on April 18th. So will this as the first earnings without the founder Reed Hastings as CEO. We know that Ted Sarandos, who was with the company for a while, is now a co-CEO along with Greg Peters. These two will be in the spotlight. It's going to look at what they're doing to cut costs as they continue to get more efficient, as everybody else is. And right now, analysts that are surveyed by FactSet, they forecast on average that earnings per share will be about $2.88 for this company, and then it'll be revenue of about $8.17 billion.
And there are so many opinions now about this password cracking down. I'm a little bit mixed because I guess I do understand the anger towards it, but they also estimate that about 100 million households are basically streaming Netflix for free. So I was also reading this JP Morgan analyst that says this crackdown could actually be a near-term benefit to Netflix. However, they see more of this weakness, more of that subscriber churn perhaps weakening in the second quarter. So this will be more of a wait-and-see story with Netflix, although their earnings events, as we know, are always so massively volatile. So we'll definitely be keeping that one on our radar, which is next week, coming up rather soon. Now, our next names today, we're focused here on Match, but we did get a note today from Baird on both Match and Bumble. I think it's difficult to compare these two because Match is so much larger, but you know, they're both in the online dating space. So we'll compare them, and this analyst did today as well.
The analysts did compare them, and so Bumble shares were lower earlier today. Match shares were actually a little bit higher, but Baird initiated Bumble with a $23 price target and an outperform, initiated both with an outperform. The $23 price target represents about a 24% move to the upside for Bumble, and it's a $50 price target for Match, about a 40% move to the upside from where it's trading today. Baird said that the company has a significant runway growth, actually both companies it says that about, and that Match, an interesting thing to note about Match that recently happened, since we are primarily talking about that stock today. Now, as we know, it owns Tinder, it owns Match.com, Hinge, those. But one thing that could be impacting both stocks is a Tinder price hike, which happened most recently. And late last month, actually, Oppenheimer said that Match Group, it faces near-term headwinds, but then Bumble may be taking some of the share away from Match because of that. So it will be interesting to look and see how this relationship sort of continues going forward.
I know, because I definitely could see them competing with each other, being that they both are in this online dating space. It's just hard to, you know, when you look at Match and all of the names in their portfolio, they're just so much larger. But of the analysts that are covering Match now, we do still see some skew to the bullish side. 7 actually leaning more bullish, 4 are indifferent, and there's no sell ratings. And you mentioned that $50 price target, which implies 40% upside. I thought it was fascinating. The average price target among analysts is $60 a share, which implies even more upside for a name that's been somewhat of a disappointment this year, down about 14%.
Absolutely, such a disappointment when it comes to that. But it looks like traders might be, you know, or investors as well, they might have hope for this after all. And I wonder how seasonality plays into that, right? We're about to get into the summer. Do people want to couple up or they break apart? We'll find that out.
That's a very good point, because I do think there's seasonality to that, although I'm not up on the dating trends, I don't think. Now, we will downvote those names for today. Our last name today now is Disney. And Disney has been such an interesting name to watch this year. I just love seeing some remarks from Bob Iger since he's taken over the company. I loved the fact that they are making this live action remake of Moana with a lot of the same cast. Also, some analyst news today, also positive.
Also positive. And so Disney, we know, I like to call it Disney starring Bob Iger, right? Because he's almost painted as a magical, mythical figure over at Disney because of the years where he was able to make improvements and just his reputation, I should say. But Guggenheim reiterated Disney, but cut it to $130 a share from $140. It reiterated it as a buy, but that price cut still represents about a 28% move to the upside from where it's trading today. And Guggenheim is saying that its buy rating on the stock remains bullish, of course, but they still have questions, I should say, for Disney. You know, Bob Iger, he's come in, he's triaged the most critical things that have happened. He tried to keep employee morale up. We saw that they started making those cuts of 7,000 people a couple of weeks ago. But how much more does this company need to cut, and where will it cut from? It's already rolled into each or some of the departments into one another. He's already cut that. He's cut a few key executives who remained from Bob Chapek's time there. So we'll find out just how much more cutting he needs to do. But for now, this stock is actually down year to date, 23%, but it's up, or pardon me, it's up year to date, 16.5%, but it's down yearly 23%. So we'll find out just how much more it has to go and whether or not this bullish stance will still stand in the next few months and into the earnings season.
I know with a company as massive as Disney, you just think about the parks and all of their employees. It will be interesting to see how they're able to fare what has been a pretty difficult job market, despite the fact that the numbers, I guess, are showing us otherwise still. But I also saw a really interesting piece of news that could impact Disney positively ever since they acquired Lucasfilm back in 2012, that they're expecting now 3 new films in the works. This follows their Star Wars celebration this year. So if you're a Star Wars fan, something to get excited about, and that is a very, very beloved franchise. So that is definitely one that it's all over Disney Plus. So I have to think that could also provide perhaps a lift in the more long term. But we will move forward today with our 2 streamers, those being Netflix as well as Disney. We'll be looking at some example trades as well as some technical levels in both those names. Stick around to Next Gen Investing. We'll be right back.
Whether you're an experienced investor or just getting started, TD Ameritrade offers a webcast that's right for you. The platform demo webcast series is designed to help you broaden your knowledge of tools and resources available from TD Ameritrade. You'll learn tips and tricks to help navigate tdameritrade.com, Thinkorswim, and mobile-based platforms. Best of all, you can ask questions by chatting directly with an education coach. It's interactive learning at its finest. Tune in live or watch on demand. Head over to tdameritrade.com/webcasts and start learning today.
Thinkorswim by TD Ameritrade is more than a trading platform. It's an entire trading experience. With innovation that lets you customize interfaces, charts, and orders to your style of trading. Personalized education to expand your perspective, and a dedicated trade desk of expert-level support that will push you to be even better and just might change how you trade forever. Because once you experience Thinkorswim by TD Ameritrade, there's no going back.
TD Ameritrade Network has arrived on the floor of the New York Stock Exchange new location with access to the biggest newsmakers in Wall Street, bringing you in-depth market coverage and real-time trade ideas. Do not miss our exclusive interviews with CEOs, bell ringers, traders, and stock pickers, keeping you informed as you navigate your investments. Don't miss Trading 360 at 11 a.m. Eastern and the watch list at 2 p.m. Eastern, live from the New York Stock Exchange, only on the TD Ameritrade Network.
Start and trade. Both streamers today we're looking at Netflix as well as Walt Disney. And Renita, I do think these two are often pitted against each other, but I think it's a very important distinction to realize that, you know, Netflix is a pure play streamer. Disney has so many other revenue streams. I mean, the parks, their media, their merchandise. Disney is so much more than their streamer, and actually Disney Plus is not even profitable yet.
That's true. And so one thing that we were talking about earlier is just as Netflix is cracking down on password sharing, I wonder if or when Disney will do the same.
I do too, because I think there's some thinking from the analysts that they'll actually try to steal those members that are saying they're quitting, but I don't necessarily see that being the case. I think Disney will follow suit from Netflix, as they did with their advertising tier. I mean, Disney has followed a lot in Netflix's footsteps, but here to tell us more now on the technicals, I'd like to welcome in our chart master, Rick Ducat. So Rick, start things off with Netflix here. Netflix has been a really interesting name to watch this year as they've reshaped their company and since seen some outperformance. We've seen shares falter a little bit here, but talking about them on a nice day, a slight move to the upside.
Yeah, and it's been an interesting year for this company too, because if you can take a look all the way over here, don't forget that we had this monster gap downward on earnings about a year ago here. That's we've since fought our way all the way back up. We've even surpassed that point here, and you know, we've come up more than 108% off our yearly lows that we hit shortly after that. So an interesting comeback story for this one here, and we've been trending downward since we hit those yearly highs, we're down about 10% or so from that point. But we did break through this downtrend. Upward channel has resumed now. We broke above an area that looked important to me as well. This green dashed line at 332, that's a point where price topped out several times here,
GTII.
and we also saw it happen here before we broke above that area.
I'm gonna chase
we
it.
stopped short at that
Chased enough
350
today.
price target that was mentioned. That's our
HKD.
blue dashed line there. And since then,
Look
we've
at this
been,
thing consolidate
today
under
we've
VWAP,
backed
bro, not
off a
bad.
little bit, like Jenny said. Looking at momentum, our RSI here, our measure of momentum, we were in the
Makes
oversold
sense since
area
your name
a
is
little bit as we
Gray.
hit those lows from
Got 'em.
back in late February,
BuzzFeed
early March.
broke out
But
there.
we're tilted toward the bullish side of things now.
SI looking nice.
Mostly just following the price
more
action.
SI
Not seeing any
shares.
divergences or anything like that to take note of here. Mostly just where the momentum is back in the hands of the bulls here. So looking at our moving averages, we can see that all three of them are trending upward. They're still mildly diverging apart from each other, which suggests the trend is still upward here. But we haven't hit those previous
Got
highs
some more SI
here.
shares.
The area near 368. That's this red dashed line. That was our best close right around that point there. So that's an area we'd still need to break into. And we can see as well, according to our volume profile study, these volume nodes here and here near about 340 and 360. That suggests there is some trading happening around here. There's some price acceptance at these levels. So be on the lookout for those to act kind of like magnets to see whether price can make its way back up to that
GTI
area near
almost
about
20%.
360 for that from where we saw that consolidation area. But in terms of support and resistance, 332 to the downside, that green dashed line, roughly in line with our yellow 21-day exponential moving average. It's just below the line, so around 330, let's call it. And to the upside, 368.
Rick, this chart is wildly different from where it was at the last year, but walk us through how you would trade around this. I would assume it would be a completely different strategy right now.
Well, I looked at this example trade from two perspectives here. On one hand, we had kind of an ambivalent note, a hold rating, saying it's already fairly valued here. On the other hand, the chart is in an uptrend, and we recently crossed above a resistance
hit 30K,
level that I
right?
had my eye on. We also crossed above all three of our moving averages recently.
Wow,
and,
this thing has doubled
it's
since
looking like
January.
the short term, at least, the trend is favoring the bulls. So I thought for an example trade, it might make sense to do something neutral to bullish. We sold a put spread here, and we sold the May 19th 330 put and bought the May 19th 320 put for a net credit of 370. Break even 326.30. Total risk is 630. So the short put spread is nice because it's kind of a soft target. We don't necessarily have to be exactly right. We just have to stay above that 330 mark that I mentioned here. And you can see, as I said, that's about the point we had that green dashed line where price topped out numerous times. That's also about the level of our 21-day exponential moving average. So that was the thinking behind selecting that particular strike. We also went a little bit further for our long strike. We went to 10 points instead of 5 points apart, just to kind of give us a little bit more of a credit, a little bit more of an aggressive trade here. And we can see that would give us a break even near about 326, as we said.
There.
Our 63-day exponential moving average is just below that level, so it gives us a bit of a cushion. And
BBBY still up 2.67%.
That our max profit of 370, not too far away from a 2-for-1
some levels
risk
from
reward
yesterday.
ratio. So
some of the support
that's
levels.
a decent
and resistance from
maybe benchmark you want to call
support
it.
levels from 2 days ago.
Rick,
Resistance from
aggressive.
yesterday.
I like that on this Tuesday when Alex was
So
out.
this-
But now
this
let's
could
switch
be-
gears here.
this
Let's
could
talk
be it, or
Disney, because
break
Disney
down below here.
has
I
been
mean,
attempting somewhat of a
the
run.
next
We've
lows
seen
would
now
be
rejection
yesterday's
around
lows,
101, 102,
which is like
and we are seeing shares
28
pretty much
cents or so.
unchanged now on the day. So walk us through what you're seeing
VWAP's
from the
30
technical front,
cents from
because
yesterday.
this name, unlike Netflix, it doesn't have earnings now until May 10th.
130 price target here, our blue dashed line. That's about 28% to the upside. So
it's fine. A lot of stuff.
There.
So much stuff doubled since
a little bit more
January.
Promising earlier today, though. We were peaking
Doesn't matter if
our
it's
head
Bitcoin or
above
what.
this 101
I mean,
level.
freaking
this
Netflix, like
red
he's talking
dashed
about, that I
line
think
right
almost
here.
doubled
that
since
represents
January.
the previous best close that we saw. We were above that point. We're starting to fade a little bit below it now. So that is something that will be worth watching into the
like
close if
tripled
we can
since here,
hold
though.
above that 101 level. we
over
can
doubled
also
since
see
it had that
that
bad earnings. That
it's
was a
not-
long time ago
I don't
now.
know.
Holy smokes.
We are trending
Oh,
upward.
I remember that
since we
dipped. I'm
hit
like, oh,
that
man.
low near 84
I
on the
figured it was
year.
gonna fill
We're
that
up
gap,
about
but
20% from that point.
wasn't expecting
We've
it to
got
take this long.
a intermediate term trend line to go with here,
Um,
and also a shorter term
yeah,
trend
there's a
line
lot of
that's
stuff
more
that doubled
steep. So it's looking like for the short term at least, the trend is up, but we got to get past that resistance like I mentioned here. Our shorter term moving averages are starting to trend upward. That could be an early sign that the trend is indeed shifting. That's usually a good sign for the bulls there. RSI, our measure of momentum, once again, a brief foray into that oversold area. Now we've
liking
crossed
that
above
eVTOL's
that
above
50
this
midline.
level now.
That's something that is
2050.
more of a bullish signal there. So
Above my
once
cost
again,
basis.
making new relative highs with price.
Sort of.
No trouble signs as far as this
Not gonna rip.
indicator is concerned for the bulls there. In terms of support and resistance, let's zoom in a little. Look at the chart more closely. We can see here
Red
that
candle on GTI.
there's an area I wanted to call to your attention here, this 108 level. That's the site of this rather large volume node right here. That's a spike in where a price level where a lot of heavy trading took place. So remember that one as we get into our trade. That's a point that I wanted to call into attention. But in terms of other support and resistance, we've got our two shorter term moving averages just below price right there around the 99 to 98 level. We've also got our trend line shortly below that as well. The 97 level, that's about where we topped out before we had this small gap up. So that could be another support level to watch. And, you know, as we said earlier, if we can hold above this 101 level, take a look up here. That's our 252-day exponential moving average near the 108 mark. That could be a point to watch as well for some potential resistance.
Rick, it looks like it's more of a bullish sentiment around this stock. So set us up with an example trade.
Sure. Alex isn't here to stop me, so I wanted to get more bullish as well on this one. The note was positive. We got a buy rating, price targets near those yearly highs. So looking at the chart as well, we can see that there is a longer term downtrend, but that's something that we're a good bit away from here. So kind of almost a symmetrical triangle type pattern here, if you could think about it that way. So I chose for this example trade to do just simply long calls. The +1 June 16th 105 call at a $4 debit. So June 16th, about 66 days out. And the break even for this trade at expiration would be 109. So total risk.
Yeah,
of
it doesn't need to hold the
400.
highs.
We can see here that, you know, our read on the chart is that we're in a burgeoning uptrend.
Yeah,
so we're looking
I
like
wanna
we
see it
could
hold-
break above this resistance.
hold the
here.
lows, basically,
This is a,
hold
you know,
above those.
fairly simple, straightforward trade. Just
Yeah,
expecting
so good-
this,
good
this
signs of
uptrend
reversal
to
so
continue
far.
and perhaps blossom into something even
The
bigger
price action,
here.
that volume.
Remember I mentioned that 108 level?
But
That's the
could-
point
could
where
still test-
we
could still
have
test those lows.
the volume node
I don't know.
here. We're
Yeah, earlier it
basically
was looking like
to
we
get
probably
above
won't, but
that
now it's looking
point
like we
with our
probably will.
109 break even
Now
there.
we've kind of
If
broken
we
through
can
this
get above that
support
point,
it was building.
we could consider taking some profits around
Now-
the
right now we're
113
actually
mark. That's
breaking
just
through this
above
one,
the
so-
upper edge of our value area there. That would be a point where this option would have doubled at expiration. So it could be a reasonable spot to consider maybe taking some profits if this one does continue to the upside.
Before we let you go, I need to know if you are a Star Wars follower, if you're going to see this
Good signs
I
of a
would
bottom,
say,
though.
re-release
See how the rest
of
of the week
their
plays
most
out.
recent film.
I would give it a watch. I haven't had much time for stuff like that. Disney Plus is a huge fixture in my house, though. I have 3 little kids under 5, so I'm very familiar
kids
with
under 5.
some of their more junior offerings, let's say.
You know, and you also saw Avatar. It's been 23 minutes into the show, and I haven't mentioned Avatar once. So
I loved it.
thank goodness, because we need some positive sentiment on Avatar, but we will leave it there. Appreciate all of the technicals, as always, Rick Ducat, our chart master. Also important to keep in mind that both of our example trades today, they do contain multiple legs that can lead to higher transaction fees. Short options can be assigned at any time, and carrying option positions into expiration can add additional risk like unanticipated exercise or assignment. Now, coming up next, it's time for FOMO. We are looking at all things Tesla, seeing some positive price activity today on some less than enthusiastic analyst news. We'll dive into
HKD
those
right
following
under
the
the
price
WAP.
cuts in Tesla coming up next.
Swiss Council of States approves $9 billion guarantee as part of Credit Suisse rescue package. I said that. Wait a minute. Seen all these. Ah yes, billionaire Ken Griffin has given $300 million to Harvard University, his biggest gift ever to his alma mater. China, other creditors in talks on a potential compromise on multilateral development bankroll in poor country debt relief. If agreed, plan could see China drop demand for MDB losses in return for new financing commitments, sources say. Justin's son arrested in Hong Kong. Trudeau asked about U.S. intel leak on cyber attacks on Canadian pipeline. Says there was no physical damage to any energy infrastructure. Do I take it the way? No. No. Still fine. Fine. Everything's fine. Consolidating would be quite alright since we've just been severely selling off since I sold last month. So, best thing that we get is some of this again, and then a break to the upside. Today is the first good sign, kind of like we had here, or even here. First good sign that's flattening out. And the volume makes me think it's potentially reversing, but it'll take some time. Has had it to 400. You said 400 a go. Credit Suisse bailout. Let's see. Did I talk about a Credit Suisse bailout? Kind of black out when I'm talking. AMC up 5.5. Look at you. Or Silvergate. 2015 was the year. He just dropped some BY Intel. Oh, what are you talking about? 130 million volume at 30 cents. I don't see any 130 million. Why do you say it was 130 million at 30 cents? We're at 141 million on the day. Dude, this HKD holding up and consolidating. One more HKD too.
It's also used as like social media. I know people that go on Venmo and like check other people's transactions. So that is a whole bizarre, weird world. But we will leave it there on that note. Appreciate all of your thoughts. As always, Kevin Green, Senior Markets Correspondent for the network. Now I'd like to bring back in Renita Young, and it's time to talk all things Tesla for our FOMO segment. So Renita, Tesla is, I would say, a network favorite. We probably have talked about this each already today, but it's a fun one. And there's always news to talk about with Tesla. And we are seeing shares actually hold on to their rally, up about 2%, but this is coming off of what had been a serious period of weakness for shares. I mean, we saw that reaction to its first quarter deliveries, down about 7%. Tesla needs some love right now.
You're absolutely right. So for the past 5 days, Tesla has lost about 11% of market share, and so, or its value, I should say. And right now, it really does need what it has right now, a rally happening throughout the day. Hopefully, it'll stick for those Tesla bulls. But right now, it's also reacting off of those price cuts that the company made over the weekend. And the steepest price cut was about $5,000 to one of its U.S. models. And so I think this may be a norm here. Until Tesla achieves the number of deliveries that it desires, it may continue to cut its prices. There are some analysts, though, who believe that Tesla's reached its point whereby it will stop cutting prices. Baird said that Tesla's margins and macro uncertainty, they're now in focus, of course. Now, despite the second round of U.S. price cuts in this short time frame, Baird continues to believe that Tesla is going to be able to maintain being an industry leader in electric vehicles and in operating margins, and is also in the best position among its auto peers to be able to weather these economic headwinds that are here now and are to come.
I wanted to wait for a break to the upside,
but maintains an outperform rating and a $252
it could be different. I mean,
on Tesla
it did the consolidating back here,
around a 30% move
and
to
could
the
do
upside
something like this again
today.
Yeah, I mean, that's still
but
a
it might
pretty
not. I mean, you might
optimistic
just
price
get
target on a
a
stock that's trading at around $180.
The volume this morning makes it look like
this is even considering the fact that shares are up,
definitely a lot of
pretty
buying pressure. So
on the year now,
pick some up.
51%.
Maybe pick up some more.
Off their
Maybe waiting for
now down 45%
retest down here, or
months,
even
and
a break of the high.
That is the narrative that seems to be overshadowing the fact that we have seen this nice recovery, because as you can see there on a 12-month chart, we haven't really been able to get back to where we once were, and it feels like every
Wanna
time
do
there's
it
a
again,
breakout
don't
in this
you?
name, we're then hit with some more
Dollar, make me
resistance.
holla.
But I was actually reading notes from both Citigroup as well as Bernstein, who did say on Monday that Tesla's price cuts put an even greater emphasis on their first quarter margins. So whereas like Meta's keyword right now is efficiency, I feel like Tesla's is all things margins going into this first quarter report, which is expected next Wednesday after the closing bell. So that's another one that's coming up rather quickly. But they said these price cuts are unlikely to last, like you said. So there is some agreement there among the analyst community, but that they do see this being a concern while they report, because as we know, it seems like Tesla can put up great numbers and it's never good enough for the street. Like we saw first quarter, they did exceed what street analysts had been expecting. We still saw shares down almost 6%.
Where we sold off.
That's, I think,
80 cents is
significant. And we are seeing
150%
somewhat of a
from here.
mixed picture going into this first quarter.
So you're
report.
getting nice
As
percentage
always,
moves.
Alex
if
always
you're
says
able
this,
to
but this is one of the most
have a lower cost
polarizing names I
basis.
feel like that we cover, because the bears are very loud, the bulls are very loud. They both are very, very strong in their
that.
conviction. But this
Gap
Bernstein
fill,
analyst
past
said
that
these
gap fill
price cuts
to
do
that
reflect
prior
Tesla's
low,
need to stimulate
125,
demand
you're
and are an
300%.
explicit trade-off of margins for volume. I thought that was really interesting. He said that while many investors have been hopeful that first quarter margins might bottom here, they don't now necessarily believe that will be the case, particularly given their belief that further cuts are likely. So he actually goes sort of against Baird and Citi analysts. Now, CEO Elon Musk did say in late January that orders were twice Tesla's production capacity after those price cuts in early January. I think, though, the fact that we've continued to see further reductions in price since January don't necessarily mean demand can be doing too hot. I mean, and it's wild to me, actually. I was saying this is polarizing, but of the analysts covering this name, there's still so much upside. The average analyst price target does imply about 25% upside from where we're currently trading, and this is one of the highest buy rating ratios in the S&P 500 of all the stocks. So this name does still skew very positively despite some of the near-term volatility, and I think that's the mismatch. Is how does Tesla's valuation stack up to the actual narrative?
I think I have two comments about that, right? So first, we have Tesla, that it's undisputable that it is a leader.
He just
in
keeps
this
changing his
space,
name.
right? But then we have this continued demand production issue, right, whereby Elon Musk suggests that, hey, we don't have a demand issue, we have a production issue. And these price cuts, this series of price cuts, both here and abroad, have proven that they're trying to stimulate more and more demand. But how much longer will Tesla continue to do this is the question. And how much more important will Tesla continue to make deliveries rather than margins? That's one big question. Which one do you sacrifice for the other? The success of the company does sort of hinge on its ability to deliver more cars, but it's chipping away at margins in some ways. That's what some investors, or some analysts, I should say, are saying.
And I guess my thinking on this margin, the negativity around the
Evolving
margin
like a
narrative
bulldozer.
with their earnings, is what company isn't having their margins hit right now? I mean, that's the case in retail. That's the case in grocery store chains like Albertsons that reported this morning. I mean, that's really the case across the board with anyone that sells any sort of consumer product. So why do we think Tesla's, able to sort of come out unscathed? I think, of course, we'll see their margins affected by these price cuts, right?
Of course. But I feel like part of the run up to this is the high expectation that Tesla sets for itself. And people may be feeding off of that a little bit. So if you say you're going to reach a certain level of deliveries and you don't, then people are asking why. Analysts are asking why. That's probably why they're really hard on this particular stock.
At first he's been so flat since it got down here.
That are so positive on the stock, and no matter what happens with it, no matter what the price action is throughout a particular day, they're still rooting for this stock.
And there's always news to talk about with Tesla. So for that, I'm very appreciative, and I'm very excited to finally get their first quarter numbers next week. So we'll definitely be keeping that on our radar. But that does it for our FOMO segment today. Now, coming up next, we will talk all things Bitcoin back at 30,000. We'll look at some of the stocks that are getting a nice
cash
lift
trade puts on
in reaction.
FRC.
Ethereum also higher, Dogecoin
Maybe even
also
some
higher. We'll
on
dive more into
SI.
that crypto space coming up next.
High up there. Fed's Goolsby talking, says, right monetary policy approach calls for prudence and patience. Olsby says Fed needs to assess potential impact of financial stress on real economy. Says given uncertainty over financial headwinds, we need to be cautious. Markets, financial issues should not drive Fed actions. Lorenos, Elizabeth Holmes loses bid to stay out of prison. Wasn't she in the Marvel movies? Isn't that like Thanos' wife? Lorenos Holmes. Google says introducing a new live TV experience. What? Users can browse over 800 free TV channels. Here's the Elliott wave Don was talking about on SPY. So you're saying we're at B? 5B? That is my concern with GME calls. I like its chart, but SPY decides to dump after CP Live. HKD edging up above EWAP. Very, very interesting HKD. Congratulations. Zim has just been grinding up all day. Hitting that resistant line that I've had on there. Jeez, MCOM another. I like averaged into this the other day too.
off that bank situation that was playing out, really favored Bitcoin for the most part.
Fine, you had the
And
day.
many could argue there was a little bit overdone to the
maybe
downside,
for
so
resistance.
potential for a bit of a bounce. But I want to take a look at a couple stocks
rejecting
in a very
VWAP.
similar pattern as what we just looked at as far as
But
Bitcoin,
still holding
right?
up nice up there.
Longer term trend to the downside and that kind of elongated pattern that's forming here, value at this lower level. What's interesting as you look at a couple of these individual names, you're going to see that they're not really exhibiting the same enthusiasm that we're seeing in terms of Bitcoin. Still struggling in coin, for example. Shares of COIN have yet to take out 120, those highs that we saw back in August, kind of just teetering around this balance area around 69, a pivotal area. So let's also keep an eye. Renita, I wanted to point out another name that I think your viewers should watch here, Riot. Riot shares RIOT. You can see a little bit more enthusiastic in terms of what we looked at as far as coin, but nowhere near the same enthusiasm as far as Bitcoin. Look, Riot hasn't taken out that key area yet, 18. That's going to be a significant area to the upside if this continues. But again, the point being here, we've seen a big move on the more short term, still trending higher, but the longer term is still in a bit of a trend environment to the downside. This could be setting up for just another longer term sell opportunity for those bears that have been waiting for Bitcoin to reach back up to this 30,000 level, a key area to keep an eye on over the next couple days, weeks, and possibly even months.
Ben, Riot is up 250% year to date, and you can't tell at all on that chart. That is the concern to me, and I think that goes to show really the importance of looking at time frames, because obviously I'm not discounting the nice move higher that a lot of these stocks are making today, but I mean, we are nowhere near where we once were, and you just see we are just stuck right now in all of these names, other than Bitcoin, I guess. It's important, I think, to make the distinction. Although they do trade sometimes in tandem with Bitcoin, they're not necessarily proxies for Bitcoin at all. But we will leave it there. We could talk about this all day long. I might agree that it could be the story of the year because it's such a fascinating conversation. But appreciate all of your thoughts as always. Ben Lichtenstein, the host of Future. Now coming up next, it's time for Under 30. We are talking all things WW International, which shares up over 50% today. George Tells will break it down for us coming up next.
Buy rejected there. Look at that. 410.82 is the high ahead. 410.84. SI. He wants to move up here. There's a pop on SI. There's a bigger pop. Nice L. Yeah, a little daily profit taking is nice. Buy back at that high. BBBY at the low of the day. GME just below VWAP. SI is moving up. SPY high of the day. It breaks this level. Where to next? Or 11? Yeah, I like that level. Resistance back here also twice. The moment. I bought some BY today. A bit premature, but I'm scaling. Take my time. Do it right. Or 14. Yeah, sure. Just if it happens before CPI or not. Not before, I don't know. Might not happen after. Or it'll just rip through there. FRC is now up 1 and 3. Saw some puts this morning on it. Got all these bank earnings coming up. A little sketchy to be selling premium on banks. Off US stocks. Long on the Baba. Baba's consolidating, nice. Entry to go long. Too high there on SPY, just climbing up. Real mellow lag. 616, 105. Nice, that's pretty safe. Nice and close to the money. Good amount of time. So you're like long on HKD because it's Chinese. Ah, Silvergate, come on. Kala. Shakala. I'm risk off on US stocks too. You know what I mean? Just HKD. Buy rejecting there. Little wick down. It's so far from VWAP. Is this broken today? Is this real? What? The VWAP looks broken. Oh, it's a 1 minute. That was weird. Still pretty far from VWAP. It's like AMC on the move. How long before they halted? Shut up, Cesar. Shoot it. Not long now. There's 7% over the course of 3 hours is very enticing for the halt makers.
And taking a look here at AMD and NVIDIA, KeyBank raising price targets on these names. Tell us a little bit about this story.
Interesting here. We actually see KeyBank upgrading their price target when it comes to NVIDIA here. They're moving their price target to $320. That's from $280. And they keep their overweight rating here. They do believe that there is going to be a near-term reset when it comes to cloud CapEx spending at this point in time. But they do anticipate that the AI demand that we have seen in the marketplace, at least for the anticipation of demand, will actually follow through, and their next-gen processors, their GPUs, are going to be able to provide the marketplace with the needed speed in order to ramp up a lot of these AI projects that are out there, like OpenAI's ChatGPT.
You're high there on SPY.
Also are really kind of looking for the ability for this RTX 40 to really drive sequential growth and upward bias to second half earnings estimates as well. So NVIDIA did announce a couple of product offerings to try to match or try to complement some of this growth when it comes to the speed that's needed for a lot of these machine learning systems, these AI systems as well. And they are confident that they are going to be able to profit from that, even though we might see the cloud slow down here for a little bit. They also have AMD raising their price target to $110 from $95. They also keep their overweight rating here. They are a little bit, trying to adjust their Q2 estimates when it comes to the company because of, once again, that cloud demand, but also the delaying of the ramp up for the Genoa product offering, which is really a high performance microprocessor that AMD is going to be offering here. They're also trying to recognize that the PC recovery may be a little bit more muted than the street was actually expecting, and then they are trying to normalize the PC demand moving forward. Maybe that's not going to be as strong as we have seen in the past here. So overall, it does seem like KeyBank is really getting a little bit bullish when it comes to these semiconductor names, and we are seeing the the effects of that this note here today in the marketplace.
So we'll watch all of those names really closely. We had on Matthew Bryson earlier today from Wedbush, and he had outperform ratings on a couple of the names in the group, including Micron, Western Digital, and I think the third one was AMD. So he definitely liked the group. Let's turn our attention over to a different story, Kevin, looking at Visa partners with PayPal. So this is a new venture here, or they're working on something. Tell us.
I'd take a short right now, but I don't have margin.
Yes, they
An
are
involving candle
actually
at this
setting up
resistance.
a Visa Plus platform here to work with PayPal, as well as some of the other partners that they have relationships with, like Western Union, as well as I2C, and they are trying to create the ability for consumers to be able to transact business or send money back and forth if through all of these platforms, basically building out that infrastructure to be the hub for providing a little bit more mobility for consumer payments. So this is going to be a very
HKD, if it doesn't sell off and close, I think we'll see a big after hours move.
The FedNow system, which is going to be offered by the Federal Reserve, should be coming out here in the near future. It's going to be a direct competitor with this offering from Visa, this Visa Plus offering here. So I'm going to be very curious to see how consumers are going to not only respond to this new offering from Visa, but also responding to the FedNow offering or that platform that they are going to be able to provide, because that platform is supposed to be able to link and connect all of these financial institutions that already use the Fed system.
Yeah, nice engulfing candle there on the SPY on the hourly or the 5 minute.
And pretty much provide instant payments 24 hours a day, 365. I think that's another reason why potentially we're not seeing the move to the upside as much when it comes to Visa stock, because we do know that there's a lot of competition in this space. Visa is really trying to be the overall infrastructure provider, if you will, trying to bring all of these different companies together. But I'm not sure how long term that's going to be if we do have a broader system that's able to just connect all the banks together in itself, right?
All right. Yeah, absolutely. Thank you for all of that. Appreciate it. Kevin Green, good to see you. Good top stories there. Now let's take a look at the bigger picture. Russell Stone is with us, CEO, owner of Scranton Financial. Thank you for being with us. So as we talk by telephone, I'd like to get your thoughts here on what's going to happen with these CPI, PPI prints, how the market could react. I just saw one person saying their year end for the S&P 500 was 4,400. As everybody's been taking it down, they're just less positive of late. What are you thinking?
Well, you got to have a really honest discussion with the investors at this point. When you have a dramatic event like one of the largest banks in the world, Credit Suisse, fail, and then three banks, 2 and 3 largest bank failures in the United States, fail within a 2-week period of time, investors need to step back and say, what's the big picture and what's really going on? And we just got done with a credit bubble that started roughly about 50 years ago when we came off of the gold standard. And since that time, we've been nothing but printing money, creating inflation, running up debts. And now people are starting to wonder if this is the end of the road for that type of monetary policy.
So at this point, yeah, I'd like to hear more about monetary policy. We know with fiscal policy, what I think is interesting is how everybody got a lot of payouts, and people are now pretty much done getting a lot of those payouts, in fact, digging into their savings. So we know where fiscal policy stands. As far as monetary policy, what are you thinking? Is we'll get the Fed minutes tomorrow, but the bets seem to be now on 25 basis points for May. Do you agree? And what happens in June?
I would agree that I would go along with the 25 basis points. Roughly 70% of the analysts out there predicting a 25 basis point increase. At the end of the day, though, it just causes more pain for one group of people and less pain for another. If you're saving money and you're trying to, fund your retirement, higher interest rates work. If you're trying to run a business and you're leveraged, higher interest rates are killing you. So look at all the real estate bubbles that are created. You have all these real estate loans that are financed over a long period of time at ultra low interest rates that are now being rolled into much higher interest rates. That is going to be a big problem. That's going to jump over into the residential real estate markets as well.
So at this point now, we're going to be hearing from different lawmakers throughout this week, including Janet Yellen. And so she's holding an IMF roundtable tomorrow. IMF lowered global growth estimates. This, as I'm watching oil moving above $81 a barrel as they expect more of a drawdown because of demand. We get so many mixed signals. What do you think, and why is that an important meeting? What do we need to hear?
BBY, a little bounce there.
Well, the question is, what are they going to talk about when the mics aren't on versus what are they going to talk about when the mics are on? And my fear is this: they always paint a very positive picture, which is what I would expect them to do.
Yesterday, actually.
They always tell us that they've got it under control, but at the end of the day, do they really have it under control? And that's what the investors are stopping. They're pulling back, and they're going to wait and see. Right now, my viewpoint, my macroeconomic viewpoint is that we are going to pause. You'll see inflation come down. Everybody will cheer. The market will react until they realize that it's actually a deflationary cycle, and then it'll be a whole nother reaction.
Will that mean rate cuts?
You guys getting crazy?
Then?
No,
Balenciaga?
actually, it will cause rate increases, not cuts. The Fed controls the short end of the interest rate to some degree, but they don't have any control over the long-term rates. And what will happen is that the fear of default is going to enter into the system when there's a few more bank problems and real estate issues. Cars are upside down. The leased cars are being turned back in, and the people that turn them back in can't afford the new rates, the new interest rates on new cars. There's all sorts of problems out there. This is quite a mess. I've been saying this for about a year and a half, and I started talking about deflation with you about a year and a half ago.
It's not about what you know, it's about if you know when it
we
happens.
are going to have a deflationary cycle from lack of demand, and it kind of feeds on itself. You get into this death doom.
Can't be lucky all the time.
The collapse of credit. And
You can
it's
be
good.
smart
There
every
is a
day,
good
yo.
side to this. But right now,
What's that
nobody's
movie?
going to think that way. They're going to just worry about what's happening now.
Realistic commercials.
I
It's
mean,
awesome, man. I
already
love it.
people are starting to see a little bit of a credit
Wish I
crunch
grabbed that
where
short.
they're trying to get a loan, and it's harder than the last time they got a loan. That's becoming evident, and we did hear Chair Powell saying that maybe that in itself will help them to not raise as much because it'll sort of set the tone on its own. That being said, tell me about your market outlook or what you expect might be good bets for investors, what they should or shouldn't do at this time. I know you think cash
BBY
is
getting a
king.
little bit of inverse.
Yeah, cash is king. That's going to be a phrase that is going to get dusted off and used a lot in the coming months. But as far as what investors should do is, I've been kind of saying this, and I don't want to toot my own horn, but I've been fairly right on the economic outlook because I'm looking at the macroeconomics and I'm saying the credit bubble is going to be popped. It's going to shrink. Ultimately, that will be a good thing because at the end of the day, we have to get out of this cycle of debt. And the only way to do that is either politicians cooperate and cut spending and raise taxes. That's not going to happen. Or the monetary policy comes up with a way to have an ultra soft landing that keeps everybody happy. That's not going to happen. Pain is going to be felt. The problem is, are you prepared for the pain? And you get prepared for the pain by, having more cash on hand than usual. Precious metals are going off the charts. Silver and gold are way up today, and we expect them to go even higher. You want to protect your stock position. Don't be overexposed. If anything, this is a good time to pull back.
Oh,
If you're within
BY, I
5
didn't get
years of
filled.
retiring, really take a
Fill
step back and say,
me.
do I really need to be heavily invested in the markets, even at all? And then step out for a while, then go back in when the market's fully correct.
Wow. All right. So take a little break here. This is gold is settling up about $15 today ahead of those inflation prints that we'll be getting. Russell Stone, thank you. CEO, owner of
There
Scranton
we go.
Financial. Thanks so much for being back on the show and circling back on some of those ideas. Thank you. Okay, later this hour, the CEO of ZeroFox joins us to discuss his company's cybersecurity partnership with Google Cloud. And we will find out why energy and healthcare stocks are big holdings in Pacers Cash Cows ETF. And our panel ready to look at the discount retailers from Walmart to Dollar General. We'll go over all of them. And up next, it's Technical Tuesday. That means Kevin Horner is standing by. He'll take a look at a couple of stocks that have caught his eye. Stay with us.
Let's walk through charts, one of the most commonly used features on thinkorswim. Start by going to the Charts tab and entering a ticker symbol. Select time frame to adjust time intervals or to favorite a time frame. Select style to change the appearance of the chart. You can add drawings by selecting drawings, drawing tools, and then type of drawing. For symbol comparisons, select studies. This also gives you access to hundreds of pre-built studies, including a number of classic patterns. The grid icon lets you view multiple charts at once. You can even initiate a trade from the Charts tab. Just right-click anywhere on the chart and select either buy or sell. For more demos on how to thinkorswim, head to the Education Center on tdameritrade.com.
Yeah, it'll pump up on volume there. Move up to go up. At 18%. Oof. SPY coming down here. Keep buying, don't rug pull me. It's looking good. It's looking like a bottom is forming. Now be good with your risk management, and you know, if it does break lows, or anticipate what are you gonna do if it breaks this low. You gonna take a loss? You gonna add? What are you gonna do? Make that play now. Breaks a high, what are you gonna do? In it out now when you buy. For me, if it breaks this low and holds it, I'm probably gonna take another loss on it. If it breaks the high, I'll probably add. Well, 29 is the support, so it's very likely it could come back down here and retest this. But yeah, I know what you mean. I'm moving up here. That short would have only been a little quick trade. I don't know if I'd still be in it or not. Here's some more BBBY shares. What'd you cut losses on? Went up 12%, they returned 2 million shares, back 12% green, and now they're reborrowing. To me, it looks like the diluting that was potentially going on is maybe over. And we're seeing some real price discovery now. Got another fill on the shares. There we go, there's some more fills. Hey Phil. Okay, I'm good for now. I'm gonna wait till tomorrow. Or the next day. See how this week plays out.
Looking at Beazer Home, which interesting is that they talked about all the cancellations at the end of last year. We had the stock come out, the company come out with some numbers, and then the stock sold off double digits, fell 13.7% on those profit numbers of the quarterly report. Revenue dropped. What are you watching? I mean, that's a big move.
Very big move. You're absolutely right. But the year started tremendously, you know, and moved 30% up. Got to the point where we get those numbers, get the report, and then we draw down to the major support line. That's actually the 200-day moving average. And while this move to the upside was substantial in percentage and in price per share, the retreat has been perfectly within reason given the trend you've seen. So the drawdown we got from about 17.5 down to 13.5. 4 points. Nobody likes to give that up real quickly, but at the same time, we are very, very close now, once again, to being back at that 1765 peak. In fact, today, I feel like the market has gotten a little bit ahead of me, because when I looked at it this morning, this looked like a prime setup, and now we're up 3%. We're trading through the high of last week as we speak, or we're right at it at 1630. 1765 appears to be the near-term target here, and if you can get through that, boy, I tell you, the home builders broadly have looked a lot different here of late, Nicole, and you've seen it with the number of the ones I've brought to you in the last month plus have been many, many home builders.
Exactly, and as you noted, had that first run up first to those new highs, and then this sort of choppy trade that we've seen. Okay, next one on your list, Datadog. Why does this one stand out to you?
Well, Datadog, by any measure, has been in a pretty good downtrend here. So you're looking at a pretty ugly reversal. Had traded upwards of $200 a share, up to like 196. Now trading at around 63. But what's interesting is just the level of support that it has tried to establish here. A couple of things that I want to remind our viewers about when it comes to technicals. You are in a downtrend. You cannot anticipate a downtrend breaking. So what we try to do is we try to establish the newest range. So while we've moved aggressively lower from 196 to 63, we have held 63 about 4 different times in the last 4 months here. And we're working hard to provide that level of support. And really what you've seen is a range between 63 and 85 over the better part of the last 9 months. Now, again, it doesn't make you comfortable necessarily to be a buyer at support because you see the trend here, but a short-term trader who might be simply looking at the levels horizontally here, 63, there's another level above at around, say, 73 or so. These are areas for potential movement, and the broad range is so substantial on a percentage basis, Nicole, 20 points on a $63 stock, it leaves you with a lot of percentage opportunity. So if it holds here and can start to move off of it, this could have just a 10-point move to near-term resistance, another 10 through there to the top of the range. And of course, a breakdown from here under 63, things get decidedly different. So you do need to be disciplined for anyone willing to step in at support. But oftentimes, Nicole, we say another one of our favorite axioms with regard to technical analysis, you may not be comfortable being a buyer when it is most opportune to be a buyer. So the nearer you are to support, it might not feel great, but if you can stay disciplined on your exit strategy, it might be opportunity for some.
Yeah, we always say when there's fear and then you have the strength to get in and sort of buck the trend, but it's so hard to be that contrarian investor. It's tough. Kevin Horner, great to see you. Thank you so much. Senior Manager, Trading Services Education. A look at two really good names and, of course, the S&P 500. Thanks. Coming up next, a big move for ZeroFox after announcing a partnership with Google Cloud. We'll get all the details from the company's CEO next.
Buy kind of double topping here a little bit. Looks like that short might still be in play, although we do have an engulfing candle here to the long side. Yeah, just kind of consolidating here at the highs. Kala. Look at that thing, 25%. Whew. Still hanging out at 22. I can't believe HKD's bull flagging right now. This is crazy. Let me get some more. 230. See what happens at Hawa. For the short term, I think HKD is probably the soonest going to either rip or drop. But for upside, I think BBY has the biggest potential. And SI after that. But I don't know time frames. HKD. Afternoon, Jonathan. I'm moving back up through that resistance. Kala just ripping 27%. A lot of volume in there.
Users in real time.
Well, that's the whole thing. morning, it displays the warnings on over 5 billion devices, right? Using all of this strategy, this proprietary way of doing this, right?
That's right. Yeah, for the first time ever, ZeroFox Threat Intelligence now will be activated across 5 billion users on a daily basis.
SDC
so we
looks
feel
really
like
nice.
this is
That
a
golfing
really
candle.
strong punch to the adversaries of the world that have been running around rampant, targeting just about
many
anybody
things
they
look
want,
good.
free form. And I think their job as attackers of the world is going to get harder. We're here to fight them.
As a cybersecurity company, prior to this big partnership, you must have already sort of seen the need, the demand. How was it going prior to this, and why is this partnership so important?
Good. Look, we're still the new kids on the block. We went public in August of last year. We're the last cybersecurity company to go public in these turbulent times that we're in right now. So I still think there's a lot of awareness to the problem set that we are driving around the world. This announcement today will certainly help. But what we work on is this area called external cybersecurity. The attackers live beyond your traditional firewalls now. They live beyond your traditional endpoints. We help organizations understand their risk in this modern world and protect against these attackers that are coming after them around the clock.
Right, understood. At this point, when you think about the landscape and how many names are in this, is there room for all of these cybersecurity companies? Do you expect to either have partnerships or mergers and acquisitions in this group?
Cybersecurity as a category has always been consolidative because of the pace of innovation required to get to the top. You usually find one or two winners at the top of every category. That's happened in the endpoint space. It's happened in the firewall space. It's certainly happened in the analytics space as well. I would expect us to get more competition as time passes, but we are the first and only truly publicly traded external cybersecurity company today. So we made it out first, and I think what we're working on is a really big important problem.
And I mean, the big part of it with the phishing, I mean, so much of the malware and all that is because somebody pressed something, right? I mean, I've heard statistics, I mean, you tell me, it's over 80% of the time it's because somebody pressed something.
That's right. I mean, this attack has been out there for decades. I mean, I remember folks asking me 20 years ago, should I click on this? Should I download this file? Oh, I went to this site that looked like it was legitimate. This notion of a phishing attack has been around as long as time. And I think what we're seeing here is that your traditional security defenses can't stop this alone. Firewalls can't solve this problem alone. Endpoint protection can't solve this problem alone. This is an external cybersecurity challenge by definition. This is what we do. This is why we were put in business, and we feel that we are the best at what we do.
How do we recognize malware? I mean, I guess we have to first recognize it before we can remove or avoid it. What kind of signs are we looking
HKD
for?
with his positive beta.
It's beyond visual recognition now. That's the hardest part, Nicole. Visual recognition of the bad versus the good, those days are long gone. If you think about how important, I mean, I don't want to take this to the left turn, but if you think about how good generative AI is now, they're applying those same techniques and technologies to the security space. And so when I want to make something look fake and I want to make it look real using AI or any kind of technique that's out there, it will be beyond.
This guy's face looks a little bit like it's generated.
So you've got to apply an AI-powered intelligence platform
got some
like
beauty filter on
ZeroFox
his camera or
to
something.
catch the bad guys now. And again, I'm excited that Google Cloud realized our position in the market and ended up partnering with us on this endeavor.
Yeah, and when we're going to do things, I mean, is there any sort of warning that you can give us? Because I know you work with, I mean, there's got to be companies, residences, everybody on their phones. What do we need to know and be most careful about?
Move with
You'll get a warning now. You'll get a ZeroFox or Google warning. It'll show you that what you're about to do is potentially dangerous or malicious, and to either take caution or to persuade you not to do it. I think that's the real key, is that we can now warn billions of individuals in near real time. And the kind of the breadth of what we do now has hit a new level of adoption.
Yeah, I mean, the stock is really jumping on the news today, up 27%, year to date down 57%, but certainly a beautiful move for today and some great news and growth for your company going forward for a footprint. James Foster, CEO,
Thanks,
Zero
Nicole.
Fox. Thanks, Foster, so much. Great to see you again. Still ahead in the second half of our show, trying to find some cash cows in today's market. What do you mean the Pacer ETF? Cows. Is that a good place to start? We'll dive into all the details and what sectors, as they reweighted recently, are really leading this group. Take a look at winners and losers.
Whether you're an experienced investor or just getting started, TD Ameritrade offers a webcast that's right for you. Are you a long-term investor? Our investing webcast series breaks down different investing styles.
SPY, big wick there to the downside now. Day's going good. GME above VWAP. Up 2.25. Bed Bath trying to inch back up to VWAP. That gas back up over VWAP 1.3%. Ala hanging out at the highs still. High moving back up.
From 69,000 down to 14,000, but rallying back to, as you pointed out, 30,000 up and through, and we're up 80% plus this year, up 45%, Nicole, since the SVB collapse. I think some of it you actually just pointed to as you started off the block. You've got 3 of the 4 major indices in positive territory, a bit of risk on tone playing out in stocks, and that oftentimes kind of filters into or has that ripple effect into Bitcoin. We saw banks, right, on 2 fronts kind of helping Bitcoin bulls here. I think the regionals coming under pressure and lack of contagion in terms of some of the digital banks that we saw coming under scrutiny about a month or so ago. And then you've got the dollar week, and you've got, again, this risk on tone, as I mentioned, the indices, the VIX lower, and yeah, also that technical hurdle that Bitcoin's managed to get up and through the 30,000 level right now. It's testing a key area in terms of invalidating that longer-term trend to the downside that we've been seeing. Something to keep an eye on. I've been watching some of the individual stocks that are closely tied to this, like Riot, Coinbase ultimately getting a lift recently as well, but
HKD,
still some hurdles to get up above here around this 30,000 level.
And I also was looking at a story from one of the analysts, Nicholas Papazoglou at JP Morgan, and he was noting.
What was that name?
I mean, I don't even know anything about the launch of Bitcoin ordinals. They act like non-fungible tokens, and how if those get hot, then they could really bring and push Bitcoin higher. The other part of this was the halving, which will happen in April of 2024. He said that could be a catalyst going forward. So those were two really important.
The owl is too wise for the degenerates of Discord.
Okay, let me turn. Yeah, you want to comment on that?
No, I was just going to say there's definitely some momentum here, Nicole. So I would agree if that continues, if they can get over this big hurdle around 30, 35,000, hold this level for a while, then that's going to be a win for the bulls.
Yeah, so people could look up this Bitcoin ordinals and, of course, the halving. Thank you for that, Ben. How about OPEC? The monthly report this week, we see oil $81 now.
Yeah, it's been a bit of a volatile start to the week, to the quarter, and to the month for crude oil, back up to 81. It was kind of chopping around 79, 81 recently, but multiple indicators that have been somewhat supportive in terms of that narrative to the upside. Mentioned in terms of Bitcoin with that risk-on tone, it benefited. Well, crude oil oftentimes does as well. There's some concerns out there in terms of economic conditions on the bigger picture, but you mentioned OPEC here, and one thing that stood out to me in terms of, the EIA we heard from today, what stood out was that they raised their forecast for U.S. gasoline consumption in 2023 and 2024 by about 2% compared to last month. Now, they did talk about, reduction in some of the vehicle efficiency estimates more than offset their lower vehicle miles traveled estimates, but they changed their historical data, carried through the forecast, and resulted in raising their forecast for gasoline consumption. Now, the reason I bring that to your attention is because we've seen gasoline holding upper levels relative to some of the price activity we've seen in crude oil. So it's one thing to talk about crude oil. There you can see on the right side of the chart how it recently broke down below 70 in continuation of the trend that we've seen off those peaks we're talking back in the spring and summer into the fall of last year, up around 120. But you can see we're also now retesting that 80-85 area. RBOB never really broke down. Gasoline didn't see the same price decay that we saw in crude. So amidst some of those demand concerns, the WTI fell off, but prices at the pump have remained very high here in the column. I think that's what we need to be concerned about here in terms of some of those inflationary pressures. So keeping an eye on crude. Don't forget, we'll also hear from OPEC tomorrow. We've got the IEA on Friday, inventories as well, the API and the EIA tomorrow. So lots going on in terms of crude traders to keep an eye on. Also watch that dollar, which has been weakening some also as rates have come off, some of the demand narrative cooling ultimately in terms of economic conditions.
There.
All right, thank you, Ben Lichtenstein. Good to see you. Thanks, Ben. Time to talk ETFs. We're looking at the COWS ETF. Sean O'Hara's with us, President, Pacer ETFs, to talk about the COWS ETF. You just actually recently did a little bit of a reweighting, and that put energy and healthcare among the bigger groups. I'm sure energy and healthcare already had a footprint in COWS. Tell us a little bit about what's been going on.
Yeah, nice to see you again, Nicole. We
GTI
on a quarterly basis.
4% actually.
Free cash flow yield is our screen. We pulled 100 stocks.
I wanted this when it was down here today, but I'm like, I'll wait till tomorrow.
And the current weighting
looks like it's in a bigger uptrend.
Is not any different than it was.
Respecting that support yesterday, it bounced on.
In any dramatic
that should have been a nice buy, inverted, or just a hammer candle.
We're overweight industrials and materials. We're underweight tech.
But it's moving. It's doing so much of the move today.
A little bit more underweight the consumer.
Hopefully, it'll have kind of
this last
pullback to get an entry.
Picked up just a touch, probably mostly driven by the fact that the consumer discretionary sector is down was down 30%, I think, in the past 12 months. So, when you look at this market, the overall market's trading at 19 to 20 times earnings. The COWS portfolio trades at like 7 to 8 times earnings. We have a huge free cash flow yield of about 12.5%. We have a little bit higher dividend than the broad market. And so you have a high quality portfolio of names here that are generating a lot of cash. And as we enter into earnings seasons, one of the things that I think will be a big story in the next 30 days is you'll start to see revisions to the downside. I think FactSet is estimating that we could go from, their original forecast was a decline of 6% to as much as a 10% decline. And so you have to think about where you're positioned. And if I had to be positioned in an environment where the broad market, generally speaking, was going to be
BBBY kind of
adjusting
edging up a little bit.
Expectations to the downside,
GME right
I
around
would want to
VWAP
own
still.
the names that are least susceptible to that, and I'd want to have the lowest multiple in my portfolio.
Like SDC's chart too, it's at a nice spot.
I don't think energy is going to revise their earnings to the downside. I don't think healthcare is going to, or materials or industrial. So I think in this environment where we're all sort of waiting to see really whether we're going to have a recession, how far the Fed's going to go, are they going to be able to get inflation under control, are we going to have a real recession or just a minor recession?
BBBY SPY ripping up again.
The Cows has been holding up pretty well, and we would expect hopefully that would continue.
Yeah,
a little pullback to
feel
VWAP.
like overall valuations are too high. You have some great companies here listed. I saw McKesson and Oxy and Pioneer. I mean, Pioneer may have a deal. I don't know how that may or may not affect it being in your fund at this moment. But
15 minutes to see us close.
Do you feel the Fed will have 1 or 2 rate hikes or none? What are you thinking?
You know, I've been sort of listening to them and taking them at their word this entire time, and they haven't really flinched at all. And so I think they're going to continue to go, maybe not as fast a pace as they have. Maybe they'll go another quarter point in May, maybe another quarter point at the end of the year, towards the end of the year, and then I think they'll probably hold. So I think those people that are hoping for, you know, them to reverse course and start cutting rates dramatically may have a long time to wait. You know, the unemployment rate's still pretty low, and I think they're concerned about that, and wage growth is still pretty strong. So as much as they're trying to slow the economy down overall, they're up against a pretty, a pretty hefty competitor in terms of the U.S. economy, and they've not really been able to do much on the job side. So I think they'll continue to take the same path. I don't think they want to make the mistake of stopping too soon and letting inflation sort of bounce back up. The first part of the inflation move to the downside is the easiest work. It can happen the fastest, but when you're going to go now from 6% down, let's say, to their target at 2%, that last 4% is very, very difficult and could take some time. And so I think they'll continue along the path they have said they're going to be on, and I don't think they'll change.
Come on, it's Kitty, don't tease us.
We're showing some of the healthcare holdings that you have there, you know, AbbVie and Bristol Myers and Gilead, just to name a few. I wanted to ask about the consumer story, and you have consumer discretionary as one area that you seem a little more heavily weighted. I guess that's over consumer staples. In a possible recessionary environment, what kind of names do you like? I know you're looking at consumer discretionary, and why those names?
Well, we would tend to own the highest quality consumer discretionary names that generate the most free cash flow that are profitable. So our fundamental screens are, if it's in a broad index that we're screening from, like in this case of Cows out of the Russell 1000, if the stock isn't making any money, it gets tossed right away. The secondary screen is their free cash flow yield. And so when we buy a name in the consumer discretionary sector, it's not the whole sector. We're going to buy individual names. So we're going to buy the best of the best in that sector, and we're going to own stocks that are making money, that are generating excess free cash flow. And so going into a downturn in any sector really, but maybe more importantly in the consumer discretionary space, you want to make sure that you're owning stocks that have an excess of free cash flow so that they're better positioned to sort of ride things out if we do in fact wind up in a recession. And then the last thing I'll mention, Nicole, is that in order to get into the portfolio, you need to have a high free cash flow yield. You can get that by doing two things. One is you can grow your free cash flow, which the names we own tend to do pretty well. But the other way to do it is to sort of maintain the same level of free cash flow and have your stock price go down a lot. And I suspect that's probably more the reason why we've seen a slight uptick in the consumer discretionary names. They've been beaten down.
So at this point now, you know, are you scratching your head about anything when you look at what's going on in the dynamic, when you look at the big board and there's, you know, so much going on? Anything that, you know, you're sort of wondering about in a big way?
You know, I'm fascinated by how quickly people think we're going to go back to the last type of cycle we were in. You know, we were in a cycle where on the broad market we were paying 30 times earnings, and on tech and growth we were paying 35 times earnings. And I think everybody's just waiting for that to happen, and I just don't think it's going to happen. I think we're going to go through a new regime here, and it's going to take some time to work things out. And so I think we're going to have to come back to more normalized overall market valuations, and I don't think we're going to go back to that regime very quickly. And so, you know, what's tempting is you see the NASDAQ, you know, is up about, 16% year to date. Now, it was down over 35% last year. But I don't think that they're going to recoup all of that last year's loss anytime soon. I just don't see the catalyst for that. I know some of the tech names are sort of cutting
BBBY resistance. BBBY probably 3164,
if you will. They're cutting the number of employees. and that will save them money in the long run. But it'll take some time for those cost savings to sort of work their way
toying
through.
with
So
us.
the narrative that, well, as soon as the Fed stops raising rates and pivots and starts cutting, we're back off to the races is one that just sort of baffles me.
Right, understood. Sean O'Hara, great to see you. President, Pacer ETFs, a great conversation. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Still ahead, we're going to bring in our panel to talk all about retail. We'll have retail sales on Friday, but what are some of the trends? The dollar stores have been on the move, and what does that mean for names like Walmart, Costco? Let's get some details. Names you should be watching on your watch list next.
Weird. I don't like that wick above that resistance line we have there. Let's see if it holds above VWAP. We've got our MACD, we've got our above the moving averages. You know, putting a stop loss on HKD, like here, maybe 750, 760. I don't know, somewhere below that flag. For BBBY, but it's straight. Tomorrow's a new day with the results. I had a little red candle here. That HKD.